Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A U.S. Department of Energy emergency order aims to keep open a Michigan coal-fired power plant that primarily burns Wyoming coal and was scheduled to shut down Saturday. The order counteracts a Michigan state law that requires utilities in that state to phase out all coal-fired generation by 2030. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the DOE's emergency order is a significant move.
The state of Michigan passed a law in 2023, which really set the state up to move away from coal for electricity. But the current administration has said, no, we want you to at least stay at the ready because they say they have concerns about capacity for the grid, that Michigan is going to need that extra generation capacity on standby, essentially. And it might mean that it burns more Wyoming coal down the road.
Matt Fry, director of the Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis at UW, told Cowboy State Daily that the DOE's order is generally good news for Wyoming's coal producers, but not a game changer. The Sheridan Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating a man missing under mysterious circumstances for nearly a month. 53-year-old James Bo Galloway was last seen by family April 30th and was reported missing to police May 5th. His family told Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker that it's unlike Galloway to go this long without contacting his daughter or other family.
Madeline is his only child, and the two of them are very close to the point where they talk near daily. So when she didn't hear from him, they went over to his house and there were some concerning clues. For example, his cell phone was found in the backyard and it was smashed and his car was there. So presumably he's gone somewhere on foot. He missed her graduation on Sunday and the family is just, this is not right.
The police have no leads and are asking for people to submit tips and any other information to help find Galloway. The outlook for tourism in Hot Springs County continues to show mixed signals, leaving some worried about how things will turn out for 2025 with the continued closure of the Star Plunge, which features indoor and outdoor mineral pools and hot tubs at Hot Springs State Park. The attraction is embroiled in a legal dispute between the state parks and the facility's owner, who has accused the state in a lawsuit of trying to cheat him. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that visitor counts at Hot Springs State Park are up year over year for January, February, and March, although lodging revenues show a noticeable downturn in overnight stays.
People in town are really thinking about, what else can they do to build tourism in the area besides things that are in the Hot Springs State Park. I think the whole situation with Star Plunge has started that kind of train of thought with people. The street dance is back this year. So lots of people just kind of rallying for the town to save their summer tourism.
Fishing is proving to be a bright spot for Hot Springs County's tourism this year. Another bright spot was a recent mention of Hot Springs State Park by the New York Times in an article listing alternatives to the ever-popular Yellowstone. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, the Wyoming Department of Transportation is implementing a $20 million computer system upgrade this summer, the most significant overhaul since 1986. The agency is upgrading its driver services and revenue information service systems in WYDOT offices statewide. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that WYDOT's current system serves over 1,000 people per day, but it's so archaic that the department's IT team can barely keep it up and running.
Ronald Reagan was midway through his second term as president the last time WYDOT upgraded these systems. The top charting track on the Billboard Hot 100 was Falco's Rock Me Amadeus. But the important takeaways is not only is this going to make things more efficient for WYDOT, it's going to be a net benefit for the people of Wyoming too.
The new software's online self-service features include renewing driver's licenses, ordering driving records and handicap placards, and scheduling appointments for a driving test. That'll reduce the wait times at WYDOT's driver services offices, which anyone would perceive as a net positive. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Wednesday, May 28th. Stories we're looking at today. Coal is not dead yet. Cheyenne man charged with shooting a teen in the head while mishandling a handgun. That's going to trial. 21-year-old should have known better. He is a National Guardsman. He knows how to handle weapons, supposedly. The big push to dig up Wyoming's rare earth minerals is on. We'll tell you what allanite is. You had no idea, did you? We can't get enough allanite, man. We need that stuff. Allanite's important. And WYDOT gets a computer upgrade after like a zillion years. Still, it's not one of those Chinese quantum computers. I wish we had one of those, man. China just invented a computer chip that could change everything. And this new computer that runs on this chip can think faster than any computer ever. We need one of those at WYDOT. Although, one step at a time, WYDOT's going from, an 80-year-old computing system to something somewhat modern. I don't know if they're ready for the Chinese quantum computer. Here's your weather forecast for around the region. Down days drawing in a bunch of circles and H's and L's. That's high and low pressures. And they're colliding over the state right now, so that can't be good. Chance of rain in Casper. Otherwise, gradually sunny, high 67 in Casper. Riverton, chance of rain. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 72. Really, everybody has a chance of seeing some kind of spring showers today. That's just the way spring rolls. But when it's not showering, you'll see probably a good deal of sunshine. Partly sunny in Evanston, 73. Green River, slight chance of rain after 3, 76. In western Wyoming and Pinedale, chance of rain mainly in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, 68. Alpine might see some rain in the afternoon, sunny and 76. DuBois, maybe sometime around 3 in the afternoon, a chance of some showers. Otherwise, breezy and 65. Jackson, just a very slight chance of rain, partly sunny, 74. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, slight chance of rain early morning, like in the next couple of hours. Otherwise, gradually clearing 73 today. Cody, sunny 74. Powell, sunny 76. Buffalo, chance of rain. Wait, didn't we already do Buffalo? Maybe not. Buffalo, yeah, chance of rain. Otherwise, breezy, becoming sunny 67 today. Sheridan, 71 with a chance of rain. Gillette, rain. Otherwise, partly sunny 66. Newcastle, fog in the morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon 62. Torrington, rain 67. Wheatland, rain. Cheyenne, rain. Laramie, rain. Rollins, rain. Encampment, rain. Okay, forget it. Spring, rain. Greg Johnson will be with us in a moment to gloat about his Rockies. They won a game like first time this month. Okay. Special guests today include Dr. Philip Agrios. Dr. Agrios, one-time practicing chiropractor, and he worked on autoimmune systems and your thyroid functioning. He himself had a serious issue with carpal tunnel and other things, and it got to the point where he could barely get out of bed, this guy, Dr. Agrios. And then he discovered what was blocking him from living his best life, what was blocking him from success. And he said, it's in us all, and it's not our fault. It's something we're all hardwired with, and it kicks in. It's in our subconscious, and it kicks in thinking it's doing the right thing. This thing, which when we talk to him, he may identify, he may not, because it's in his book. Maybe he don't want to let out the secret. Dr. Agrios will tell you, you're being self-sabotaged. Your success, whatever it is, your success in the corporate ladders climb, your success in your love life, your success with your family, finances, whatever is hindering you, whatever that bump is, it's self-created, and it's not your fault. It's hardwired in you, and it triggers thinking it's doing the right thing, and it's sabotaging you. And how do you override that? Dr. Agrios will tell us. He'll be on the show later today. Claire McFarland joins us on Wednesdays. Claire, always with some great stories. Andrew Rossi should be here, and we'll talk computers with him. His story about DMV upgrading their computer system. Pretty cool. Nothing wrong with Rock Me Amadeus, by the way, Andrew. Inside reference. In fact, let's talk about Andrew's story right now that I've sidetracked myself into thinking it. Department of Motor Vehicles, YDOT announces they got a major computer upgrade. Overhaul of the whole dang system is going to happen. $20 million. Where are they getting that money? I thought the state budget, I thought we were busted. Maybe this is why. $20 million YDOT computer upgrade, its first major overhaul in 40 years. Last time YDOT made any kind of significant upgrade to its driver services computer system, Top Gun was the #1 movie. Oh, Democrat Mike Sullivan was elected governor. And Rock Me Amadeus, that's Falco, by the way, was the #1 on the Billboard charts. Remember that song? I don't dare play some of it. I would love to. Distinctly 80s feel to it. Well, that was a long time ago, 1980s. DMV spokesperson, YDOT spokesperson Jordan Young said, if you think of any technology from the 1980s to now, there are drastic differences. Yeah. 1980 computers, the stuff we that passed for tech in 1980. No, in the 1980s, it was high tech. It was, innovative. Computers were just coming into their own. And we finally went from the Atari tennis game where the ball just goes back and forth. Wait, was that 1980s? When was that? Remember that game? What's that called? It's just the tennis ball going back and forth. It was fascinating. In the 1980s, it was like the greatest game we had ever seen. And now look at what we play. Yeah, Atari Breakout. Remember that? That was released in 1976. So in the 80s, the best stuff we were playing online for computers, games and stuff, was like Atari's Breakout. Pong. Pong is the game. Pong was around since 1972. Okay. So by the time we got to the 80s, Space Invaders, 1978. Pac-Man was big in the 80s. This was the best tech available in 1980s. Tetris. Oh, Tetris was the big game in 1984. So yeah, imagine that. YDOT's rocking computers that were brand new. We were taking them out of the box. When Tetris was, these computers would have come with Tetris preloaded. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a little dated. So now YDOT comes into the new age and the Department of Motor Vehicles. And don't think that DMV doesn't recognize that they're known as kind of the dinosaurs in tech. I think there was a quote from somebody at YDOT saying, yeah, we know the stereotype that YDOT, the Department of Motor Vehicles, not exactly the most advanced in technology. If you ever go down to DMV to get your new driver's license or get a test, you can tell they're dealing with secondhand computer systems, not exactly state of the art. Where is that quote? Okay, yeah. Misty Zimmerman, driver services program manager, Misty Zimmerman. She says, we all know the stereotypes commonly associated with visiting the DMV. Yes, we do. Prior to Walmart, the DMV was, a visit to the DMV was a real stark look at your fellow man. Like the kind of look that makes you throw up a little in your mouth and say, ain't no way I'm part of this species. Same day, like DMV. Go to a Walmart at 2 a.m., one of those 24-hour Walmarts at 2 in the morning. Take a look at who's shopping around. And you'll be hard-pressed to draw a connection to the same DNA with those people. You're like, I'm not sure what species they are. I think they're humanoid. DMV used to be that. The DMV used to be the pre-Walmart. Like, you'd be standing in line at the DMV, always in line at the DMV, always. If there was no line there, you were in the wrong place. Department of Motor Vehicle. No matter what town you ever lived in. I mean, I lived in New York City for a while. There's a line for everything. But no matter what tiny little town you might live in, you could go to, what's the town of Wyoming? It has population 1. Least populated town there's one town that's like for sale. It has a population of like Lost Springs, population 6, according to a 2020 census, located in Converse County. Okay, you go to the Lost Springs DMV, and there'll be 5 people in line in front of you. Guaranteed. Now, there isn't a Lost Springs DMV. Obviously, you're going to Converse County. But I'm just saying, that's how it would be. The law of the Murphy's Law of Department of Motor Vehicles, Murphy's Law of DMV, 80% of the population of the community you come from will be in the line in front of you looking to do something with their license, get some personalized license plate, get some upgrade, get their CDL license, whatever people do at the DMV that you can't do online, they're standing in front of you. DMV always has a line. Always. Why do I mention this? Oh, yeah. Not only, we all know the stereotypes commonly associated with visiting the DMV. Driver Service Manager Misty Zimmerman says, the stereotypes are freaky people are always in line, and the DMV uses some antiquated computer that no one can make do its bidding. Like the computer's supposed to make your life easier, they make it more difficult at the DMV. Because when you get up to the window and they want to do something simple like, let's say I wanted to go up there and say, on my license, it says my eyes are green. That's not true. I did that, 20 years ago. My eyes have changed or whatever. I want to put my eyes blue. Oh, you would think it was the biggest, you would think you were asking to rewrite history. And whoever's there at the DMV window will clackety-clack on the keyboard for like 20 minutes. Similar to what the Delta agent does when you want to change your flight. Says here your eyes are green. I know that. I'm trying to change my eyes to blue. Hold on. We can't do that. I'm trying to change it. I'm trying to put a change order, and the computer says your eyes are green. Tell the computer. I can't do that. Yeah, the computers of the DMV from the 1980s when we were playing Atari have finally been upgraded. Hallelujah. Greg Johnson will be here in a minute.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We need more intelligent, decipherable feedback online, please. I don't know what these things mean. Juliet chimes in and says, nice. What's nice? Juliet might be fake also. She's one of those balloon-chested avatars. Like, I don't think she's real. Greg?
Probably your hat.
What?
The hat.
Greg
She's
said
saying nice to the hat.
To what? Oh, the hat?
Yeah.
Oh, the hat. Oh, could be. She likes the hat. Jacob says, what about Rollins? What about Rollins, Jacob?
Yeah, what about Rollins?
I don't know.
Still there. It's still Rollins.
People just have selective Tourette's of the keyboard when it comes to like providing feedback to the show. What about Rollins? I don't know. What about it?
They're probably referring to something weather related because they're like, well, why don't we list every single town in the weather?
Oh, that could be. Okay, here's your Rollins weather. Mostly sunny except for when it's a chance of rain. Like that's across the state today, just spring-like. Greg, go ahead, get it out of your system. Your Rockies actually won one time in the month of May.
Well, I mean, they're still bad. They're 1-9 in their last 10, Jake.
I saw
1-9.
They lost overtime.
I wonder who that one could have been. Did they beat the Yankees? That's
yes. And I should have seen it coming. Yankees tend to do that. They're so powerful. They're so high and mighty of a team that they look at a Colorado Rockies and they're like, they don't even know if they should bother punching into work that day. They're like, really? Rockies? And look what happened. Yep. They got caught sleeping. You're right.
Yeah, but they are 1-10 in their last 10, 1-9 in their last 10. And you know what? I was looking. The Rockies, they haven't won a series all year. They're 0-18 in series this year.
Yeah.
Then they lost their last 3 series last year, so they're 0-21 in their last series. They've gone 21 series without winning a series.
And a series, by the way, for my wife and others who don't follow baseball, is in baseball, you normally, when you play a team, you play them 3 times, sometimes 4, sometimes 2, but usually like 3 times, just so you're not traveling, you're not on a jet every single day of the calendar year. And that's a series, a 3-game set. So the Rockies played 3 games in Colorado in that series. Yeah. And if you win 2 of 3, you won the series, or you win all 3, you win the series. Colorado hasn't won a series in forever.
Yeah. Well, and they almost won last night, but
yeah, extras.
The Cubs rallied and beat them in 11 innings.
Dang. Yeah. I mean, just tank. Although in hockey and football, having the worst record, if you're the worst of the worst, you then have the top draft pick. That's the way these bad teams become good again, theoretically. And in other sports, that first draft pick could be huge because you could have a generational type player in hockey, or football, and the drop off comes quickly. If you don't pick those first 3 guys, those first 10 guys, then they all start to get, more question marks as to how good they might be, or they're not just as great as the first few guys. But in baseball, less so. There's no reason to tank in baseball. The top draft pick is still really good, but the 20th draft pick is still really good. And there's
and they go what? 4,000 rounds in baseball too?
There's so many baseball players.
There's so many rounds.
Right. There's so many to pick from. So the incentive to tank a season, there's no reason you would intentionally say, all right, well, let's just start losing.
Yeah.
But
really, baseball, though, they're also drafting for like a lot of their their club teams too.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're drafting knowing that a lot of these guys are going, most of these guys are going down to these different levels of the club team. So it's probably why it's such a deep draft.
Yeah. Well, as a Yankee fan, I am too lofty to even care what the Rockies are doing. All I care is the Yankees win and Juan Soto keeps sucking because he wouldn't play for the Yankees and he wanted jillions of dollars, and now he stinks. The Mets can have him.
Yeah, the Red Sox are 8.5 games behind the Yankees.
Yeah, which is also good. That's the third thing I care about. Yankees winning, Soto stinks, and the Red Sox keep wallowing.
Yeah, the Yankees so far, they have a pretty good handle on their division. They're 7 games up on the second place team.
Yeah, nobody's going to get him. Toronto's okay. Baltimore's underachieving. We'll be fine. Yankees.
Tampa Bay. Yeah, but see, the Yankees are the only ones that are over 500 in their division. Or in their division.
Which is rare because the AL East used to be a power. I mean, a couple of years ago, it was a powerhouse. Everybody was good. Scratching and clawing in that division.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, staying in sports, did you see the Broncos are going to put Demaryius Thomas in their Ring of Fame?
Oh, yeah, I remember him. Okay.
Yeah. He died a couple of years ago. Few years ago.
What's the Ring of Fame? Is that like your numbers retired?
Yeah, that's like the Broncos honor. They bring it around the stadium, all the names of the people.
Got ya. Yeah.
He's gonna go up there with Shedeur Sanders, even though he's never been a Bronco or anything.
Shedeur. You just bought a new car, I heard. And
yeah, I mean, it doesn't show that his attitude has done anything if he's 5th round pick and going out and buying the new Rolls Royce.
I didn't even see what it was. Was it like a high end?
Yeah, it was a Rolls Royce.
Oh wow. Yeah. I mean, he's always going to be a guy who's in your face. He's never going to be that demure quarterback sits quietly in the press room. He's always going to be up front and forward, and he's super confident about his abilities and all this, and he's flashy. I mean, look at his dad. He can't anything but what he is. But does he have the skill set to back it up? I heard some scouts, it depends on who you believe, but some scouts saying he looked good in that early tryout, early preliminary voluntary camp, spring camp. He looked sharp. Best quarterback in the room, they said.
Yeah, but I was reading though that he was always working with the 3s and 4s. He never worked with the 1s or 2s. So I guess we'll really see probably during the preseason. When they play those preseason games and when he gets in and what he does.
I mean, he's good. He's just not good enough to overcome the externals, the other stuff that he's going to bring. I mean, you need to be GOAT good. If you
you see it, talent and ability trumps everything. But at some point, you don't have that anymore. And you're seeing it like with Aaron Rodgers right now. People were willing to put up with him when he was an MVP and one of the greatest. Now that he's not, nobody wants him, and he's stringing along the Steelers like he is.
Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw went off on him. On his own, Steeler legend went off on him and says, screw this guy. Let him. He said something to the effect of, let him stay in California and eat bark. Just what do we want him for? 1 year? Come on, just leave that guy.
Yeah. And I sense, I don't know, do you sense this, Greg, more and more in every sport, general managers and with ownership in their ears, so it's a combination of the owner of a team and the GM who is like puts together trades, tries to assemble the team. I think more and more there's how good someone, the talent, which used to dominate everything. That's all that mattered. How good is this guy as quarterback? That came down more and more importance, and coming up in importance is how the other intangibles, leadership, how, having somebody that's considered a poison in the locker room, a poison in the clubhouse because of their outside activities, their external, whatever, their attitude, that's become an issue. And some GMs and owners say, I don't care how great this guy is, he's a problem.
Yeah. Especially at the quarterback position. You're looking for someone who is going to earn the respect of the rest of the team, who is going to be kind of a locker room leader. They're going to go out and wrangle these other guys who are doing that. So you can't do it if you're not doing it. And you need to be, in first, out last, studying all the film.
Yeah.
Doing all that, and there's too many stories of people not doing that, like Jamarcus Russell, who had all this talent but thought he had made it before he even put on the uniform.
And it's just these little things. Post-game interview, and you hear out of the quarterback's mouth a lot of I did this, I did that, instead of, my offensive line and the defense really picked us up tonight, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Like Peyton Manning, you would see it. There's something happen out there. He would always take the accountability for it. He wouldn't call the others out for it. Well, I could have done that better. I could have thrown that pass a little bit better, or I could have kept us on the field more so the defense didn't. He would always do that, and it kind of shows. It's not a trait that's easy to have. That's why so few, get to that level.
Who's the man behind the number? Who's the person under the helmet? That's become more and more important instead of who's, how good is his arm. There's so much more now. And I think that's a big reason why Shedeur fell, and why I think there's trend towards make sure somebody is the right fit for your organization. If we're talking business, is this our new CEO? Like, he may have turned other company history of turning companies around and making them, but he's he's not a nice guy. Stuff like that. It's just not worth it.
I'm seeing this now. A Rockies fan has filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
He was struck by a foul ball in 2023.
Yeah. And what's his excuse why he got hit? Tell everybody.
The team has failed to properly maintain the field and the suite he was in. Claims their poor performance has led to decreased attention.
Yes.
And increased risk of injury.
He says
he wasn't paying attention because they weren't good enough to watch.
He
says
he got
hit with a baseball.
He got hit with a foul ball because the product on the field didn't demand his attention. He was on his phone talking to people next to him, whatever.
Well, they're kind of proving his case this year.
Yeah, I love it.
Your Honor, I give you 2025.
The defense rests. Yeah. What's your case? Do you want to call any witnesses? The 2025 record of the Colorado Rockies. Worst in Major League Baseball
We'd like to
history.
introduce video of every game.
Yeah.
No, we're not watching.
Right. It's just a highlight, the low light reel of every error in the Rockies, every strikeout. Yeah, the product on the field was so unengaging that this guy wasn't paying attention, got hit with a foul ball. He's suing. The frivolous lawsuit.
That's a creative argument. You got to give it to him for that.
Yeah. I mean, he's the lawyer that took that job. Man, I don't know. So is this Michigan coal-fired power plant, do they burn Wyoming coal? Is this good news that they're going to keep open?
Yeah, it burns Wyoming coal.
Oh, good.
And it's going to be open at least for another 90 days and maybe more. But it was set to close up Saturday.
Yeah, Michigan getting all about clean energy, and by 2030 they wanted to phase out completely coal-fired electricity, but now emergency order by the U.S. Department of Energy is going to keep this Michigan coal-fired power plant burning Wyoming coal. Good news for Wyoming.
Yeah, it definitely is, because that's where anything is going to happen domestically with coal. It's got to be with the power plants. Many have already closed down, and so many more are, on schedules to be closed in the not too distant future here. And some companies are accelerating. They're saying, well, it was going to close in 2040, but now we're going to do it 2030 or 35.
Yeah,
So,
they say we see the writing on the wall and we want to get ahead of it. And that's bad news for a coal exporter like Wyoming. We have the cleanest burning coal. We got plenty of it. It's just a matter of who wants it. And we know there are markets overseas, internationally that want it, but how do you get it there? Big headache. And then in the United States, there's these blue trending states that say we're not doing coal anymore. Ooh, coal bad. So other than Santa being your major purchaser, trying to hand that out to kids who have been naughty, nobody wants coal. Man.
Yeah, it's amazing because most of that coal goes to Democrats, right? But they want to limit. No, I'm just...
Right. They get at Christmas. Yes, they get a bag of coal, but if they had only.
So what they're saying is they don't want to get anything from Santa.
I guess so. What else is happening? Dale Killingback staying on that story about the Mother's Day massacre. Well, not a massacre, but a Mother's Day shooting. Remember, there were two separate shootings in Casper on Mother's Day night.
Yeah, just very close to each other.
Yeah.
One of them was and each time we update it, because there's some more details that come out, but apparently, this 21-year-old and his 16-year-old friend they call it mishandling, but they were playing with guns, where they had loaded guns and they were like pointing at each other and stuff. And this guy pointed at the kid and it shot him in the head.
Yeah.
He's not dead. But I mean, that's just beyond stupid.
Well, that's what the prosecuting attorney said. Initial appearance before Judge Cynthia Sweet, and Judge Sweet heard the Natrona County Assistant District DA Patrick LeBrun say, this 21-year-old befriended a 16-year-old, and he said, quote, they have this indescribably ridiculous practice of pointing firearms at each other. And the 21-year-old, being 21, not 16, should know better, number one. Number two, he's a Wyoming National Guard member. He's been trained on weapons. I mean, talk about should know better. Ugh. The 21-year-old just moved from Casper to Cheyenne, where he's gotten a job. That also made a little bit of a concern for Judge Sweet. when she was putting up that $50,000 bail. She's like, I'm a little concerned he just moved to Cheyenne, job or not. That's weird.
Yeah.
We want to take a break. Greg, you got to hang out.
All right.
Boy, don't sound too excited. We'll talk Rockies some more if you want.
No, I don't.
Or yeah, not
enough of the Rockies.
No, we won't talk Rockies. That's my promise to you. We'll be right back with more of Greg.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Greg Johnson in the room, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. And even though the Rockies lost last night, Greg is happier than a guy with a pocket full of orthite. You don't know what orthite is, I bet.
No, I don't.
It's what the Europeans call allanite, if it makes it any clearer.
Oh, well, that's clear.
All right. Allanite is one of these rare earths that Wyoming's got, I guess.
Yes, there are a lot of them.
There are a lot of them.
And most of them are a lot longer, more difficult to pronounce than allanite.
Definitely. And if you look at the scientific, the compound, looking at the element, if you wanted to build allanite on the elemental chart using Fe and all that kind of stuff, it's a rather complicated math problem. Allanite, known as orthite in Europe, by the way, was named in 1810 by Thomas Thomson, and he was naming it for Thomas Allen. Everybody was called Thomas in the 1800s. Thomas Allen is a Scottish banker and mineralogist. Just so you know what allanite is. But ellenite's important. Powers things like smartphones, fighter jets, one of those rare earths that you would not recognize if you dug a handful of dirt up and there it was in the pile. You'd never know it. But companies say that push for rare earth mineral mining is going to put Wyoming right up there first and foremost. This is just one of the many things that's pretty exciting about where Wyoming's headed, from uranium. Coal might be in the doldrums, but rare earths. American Rare Earths Mel Sanderson, board director, said expanding needs for these minerals is crucial for the state's exploding rare earth industry. Can we dig it up? Yeah, we're good at digging in Wyoming. Can we process it, Greg? Here, I don't know, but we need to be a rare earths giant so China doesn't do all of it.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is, we need to process it.
Yeah. Halleck Creek is where we're storing all this allanite, by the way.
Halleck Creek. And, there's, they're talking about this a few years ago, and I haven't heard much about it lately, but there's also been talk about that there are rare earths found in the clays above and below these coal seams that they're mining.
Oh,
so potential to, now I don't know how much, if it's, if it's viable to get it out of the clay, and that, so I mean there's a whole bunch of factors, but you can play the what if game. What if you could also be getting rare earths as you're mining coal? What another stream of revenue for those companies.
That's the first thing I thought of when you said that. This is a literal double dip. I mean, while you're coaling, could be rare earthen. I like the idea of that. Andrew Rossi talks about the new, I picture this one lonely, old, dusty computer that still takes floppy drives sitting somewhere in the YDOT headquarters. And this one little dusty computer from the 1980s runs all of the DMV, Every Department of Motor Vehicle clerk updates your license, and they're accessing this one rickety, it probably makes a lot of noise. The fan's busted, this, and somebody's playing Atari on it.
I tell you, the screen where you're entering stuff on. I mean, it looks like something. It looks like the same screen that the same computer they're using in war games.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that they were using a system, like that, and then now that it's to fully updated and stuff, it's $20 million.
Yeah, I'm wondering, in a time of budget cuts and the state revenues being down, where they found 20 million, but whatever.
Well, he says it in the story. They budgeted for it. They set aside money for some years in their budget, knowing that they were going to be doing this.
Yeah, well, an upgrade to the computer system for YDOT for Department of Motor Vehicles, certainly much needed. If you're rocking a system that was designed and made in the 1980s or hasn't been upgraded since then, we know.
And the big thing is there's no support for that. There's no.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody knows how to use it. You can't call up the company if you have a problem.
Right. Yeah, and just, go try to do something at the DMV, and a lot of the hindrance is the computer. Somebody's working the computer, and they're like, "Ugh." And you could just see their frustration trying to run it.
Yeah, it's not like a 40-year-old car where you got a nice 40-year-old vintage car and you enjoy driving it around. You get this 40-year-old vintage computer.
Yeah.
You're not going to enjoy driving that around.
Right. There's nothing nostalgically pleasing about an old computer. It's just an old computer. It's slow.
Well, there is if you collect them, but not if you're trying to use them to do things with.
Right. The problems begin when you plug them in. unplugged, sitting there on a shelf. They say, "Hey, look, that's one of the newest Mac or one of the oldest Macs ever invented. Its IP address is 1." It was one of the first, it's cool to think about and look at in a museum. But yeah, once you plug it in and start working on it, you're like, dang, we've come a long way since the 80s.
My junior high, we had some of the first Macs in there.
Really?
In fact, we only had one in the whole school. The Mr. Meester, the math teacher, he had it. And he had this computer club after school, and I would go to it, and because to do anything on it, you had to code it. You had to do all the codes that tells it to do everything that it's going to do.
Oh,
and so we're making these little programs, and I kept trying to make this program where you make this little guy on a motorcycle, and it's just a stick guy on this little motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I tried to make it so that you go and he jumps off a ramp over these buses. And I couldn't make it go. And so finally in the end, it was just this guy who'd come up and he'd just drive through the ramp and the bus.
So what you made was Evel Knievel. I mean, you were hoping to
pretty much.
You were hoping to make a successful jump, and you ended up making Caesar's Palace Wipeout.
That's right.
Good for you. I didn't know even the Macs, like in the old days. I mean, the one reason Apple jumped into the game is because, yes, PCs, you as the user had to know so much and do so much. And then Apple comes along with a Mac and it does everything for you.
Well, not the very first one.
Okay.
The first one didn't. They didn't really have their operating system on it.
Oh.
But once they got them, then that's really when they really took off.
Wow. Yeah, this is very early. I remember that programming. I mean, you had to be a dang computer programmer to run a computer back when they were first came out.
When I started in journalism, we had these little word processor type things.
Yeah.
Or even on our computers, to do anything, we had to do codes. If we wanted it bold, we had to put like a caret B caret, and then to unbold it, you'd do it
Slash
again.
And bold, yeah.
Everything for bold, italic, for all that stuff, and you got so used to it, you're just doing it automatically.
Yeah.
A lot of extra typing.
That's amazing. And that's still there behind, we don't never know that.
Doing it.
Yes.
It's just doing it for you when you press the bold button.
Yes. The code is still there. So, people like Greg and others who had to learn this in the beginning, they learned computer programming in a sense. They learned coding. The coding still exists. The end user never knows it. You have the convenience of not having to do that. But you have now the knowledge of the awareness of what's going on under the hood. You see how the sausage is made in the computer. Not that you needed to know that.
Going to speed up the experience at the DMV. I mean,
something else will step in to slow it down.
Something else will make it slower.
It's Murphy's Law of the DMV. There's a line in front of you and it's always slow. Something else will take the place of slow computers to make your experience there agonizingly slow. Yes. I'm thinking.
Just a second. I'm looking my Facebook feed. Colorado Rockies are telling me their game sale tickets. Buy your tickets now. Catch the action at Coors Field this summer.
I mean, you know what? They should just embrace the suck and say, buy a ticket. It could be one of the 12 games we win all year. You could be the guy who sees that, a chance to witness history.
Right. If they win, we'll raffle off this car or something.
Yeah.
We'll pull the tickets out in a drawing for something.
Yeah, they could afford at this pace to give away big giant things with every sweepstakes win. Because they're not going to be many of them.
The players aren't earning any bonuses. So.
Right. So, yeah, that's how they should sell the tickets. Your chance, which is right up there with the chance of you hitting the lottery, your chance of seeing a Rockies win. Imagine that.
Tell your grandkids.
Take a
I
chance.
was there in 2025 when they won that one game.
I'll never forget it. One of 11 wins that year. Thanks, Greg.
Yep.
Have a great Wednesday. Yeah. Cowboy State Daily, Greg Johnson joining the show. Oh, these poor Rockies. Oh, well. I'll be right back. Top of the hour news for many of our affiliates. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Nearly 2 weeks after a 16-year-old was shot in the head, a 21-year-old Cheyenne man appeared in Casper Circuit Court on Tuesday afternoon, charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and battery in the case. Sebastian Belden was arrested Friday evening in the May 11th Mother's Day shooting that Natrona County Sheriff's Office investigators said involved the mishandling of firearms. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in court for Belden's arraignment.
What that involved, according to the prosecutor, was just dangerously playing with weapons, and he and the victim, a 16-year-old victim, and he shot the 16-year-old in the head. It turns out that he's a member of the Wyoming National Guard, and the prosecutor said, we can't believe, that he was doing this after having been trained in weapons during basic training and then is involved in this reckless shooting.
Natrona County Assistant District Attorney Patrick LeBrun said he was unaware that Belden had moved from Casper and characterized him as a threat to the community. He asked the judge to continue the $50,000 cash or surety bond initially set at Belden's arrest. Wyoming's rare earth mining companies are scaling up for what could be the biggest opportunity in decades, with a growing demand for minerals that power everything from smartphones to fighter jets. Melissa Sanderson, a board director at American Rare Earths, told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the expanding need for rare earth minerals is crucial for Wyoming's exploding rare earth industry.
It's no secret to anyone watching the rare earth minerals business that it's full speed ahead. There's been a declaration by the Trump administration that this is a priority. We need to generate domestic sources of rare earth minerals. They're in our everyday lives, from our smartphones to jet fighters and batteries.
The companies developing projects in Wyoming want the state to surpass California, the current home of the only established and active rare earth mine in the U.S. The 41-year-old Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper, now serving 10 to 15 years in prison for raping his then-girlfriend in 2021, does not get a new trial. That's what the Wyoming Supreme Court ruled Friday in the case of Gabriel Lee Testerman, who claims that his case prosecutor and judge let his ex-girlfriend ramble about his character flaws before a jury. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the High Court decided that those claims were not enough to overcome his guilty verdict for first-degree sexual assault.
They were talking, especially the ex-girlfriend, like this is how he was in the relationship. This is how he was with the kids. This is something kind of unsettling that he did. And so in his appeal, Testerman was saying, this is character evidence. You can't just parade a bunch of evidence in front of the jury that I'm a bad guy. You have to stay focused on the crime unless you get pre-approval from the judge. They're just attacking my character. And then ultimately, the High Court said this did not throw your trial.
A jury convicted Testerman on February 1st, 2024 of first-degree sexual assault for forcibly raping his ex-girlfriend 3 years earlier. A Laramie County District Court judge sentenced Testerman last May to 10 to 15 years in prison. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Union Pacific's Big Boy 4014 won't make any long cross-country trips or excursions out west this summer, but that doesn't mean nothing special isn't planned. The world's largest operating steam engine, which lives in Cheyenne, will be co-starring in an event with a recently unveiled cherry red locomotive that honors Abraham Lincoln. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the number 1616 is a diesel locomotive that borrows from the colors of Lincoln's era to highlight the role the nation's 16th president played in building the Transcontinental Railroad from 1862 to 1869.
Big Boy 4014 does have a date with this new cherry red locomotive they've painted in honor of number 119, that locomotive that made it to Promontory, Utah. And so that's going to be in Greeley, Colorado in July.
4 exclusive cab rides will be auctioned for rides on Big Boy between Cheyenne and Denver on July 17th, with proceeds going to the Union Pacific Museum Association. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Wednesday. And if you're like me or you're like anyone, there's a barrier to your success. There's a reason you're not the best you can be, whether that's in finance, family, your love life, whatever it is, there's something holding you back, right? Don't worry. It's not your fault. It's something inherent in all of us, and it's a block. We self-sabotage. I think we all are aware of that. Dr. Philip Agrios into the Zoom room, joining the conversation. He is a self-sabotage specialist, business consultant, best-selling author, international speaker for decades. Dr. Agrios practiced chiropractic. What would be the correct term? He was a chiropractor specializing in autoimmune system, thyroid health, stuff like that. And he began seeing things in his patients come up over and over. And then he experienced his own personal health issues. Physician, heal thyself. And he did. Dr. Agrios, welcome to the show. Happy to have you on.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate being here. It's an honor.
So, I don't know how much you can share with our listeners and give away, because we got to get the book. We got to learn stuff from your website, etc. But let's start right out with this mysterious elephant in the room. Your subconscious mind is preventing you from succeeding. And it's a perfectly natural thing built into all of us. And we have to learn, I guess, how to override that. I don't know. It's a lot to unpack, Dr. Agrios. Start us somewhere.
Sure. So my research of 30 years, researching thousands of people, what I was able to really see and prove is that self-sabotage is just self-protection. That's it. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not an idiot or a loser and all the other 100 words we say to ourselves. You're just in protection. So imagine when you go into that procrastination, or you feel imposter syndrome, or you're scattered all over the place, or you overly give and people take advantage of you, or you can't express yourself verbally at that moment. And like later, you're like, oh, I wish I could have said this. And thousands of other things that resist us. And what I was able to do is to understand that there is a trait, a biological trait. We call it the inborn sabotaging trait, but it doesn't undermine us. As I said, it protects us from the very success that we seek, because that success subconsciously is more painful to achieve and to succeed and to sustain than going back and doing what we're doing over and over again.
And you found this through patients, but also I really your medical background, your experience. I mean, it's unquestionable. I mean, you're an expert here, so I don't even question that. But what I'm sold more on, why you're an authority, why I should believe you, is you experienced your own stuff. How much do you want to share about what happened with you? And you found out the hard way, literally. This is how you overcome. What did you go through?
Yeah. So during the process of really finding this, really by accident, I wasn't really looking for it, and it started to come up. And then I started to experience my own stuff. I went through loss of my practice due to a disability during the time when my father was diagnosed with brain cancer, and 7 months later he passed. And I became the primary caretaker of my mom for 7 years until she passed. But during that time, I went through a horrific divorce. I went through financial ruin. One of you guys, some people may remember 2008. I don't know if you remember. I lost all my real estate down in Florida and so many other things. And one of my daughters almost tried to commit suicide during that time, and because she was raped, and we didn't know about it until two years later, and over and over and over again. So I can continue moving through it. But I'm okay with everything. I have no regret, because all of that allowed me to break through what was deep down inside me to figure this out. And then took 30 years. This wasn't like something I found last year. I went, hey, this sounds good. It was going through something, because there's nothing like this in the world. And when I found this trait, I actually said, this can't be it. This is too simple. There's no way. So I went out to try to disprove it. And over those 30 years, not only was I able to prove it, I found a way to switch it off instantly, and it works 100% of the time.
What is the it? You can find out more online, transcendnow.biz, transcendnow.biz. Dr. Philip Agrios joins us. So this thing that happens in our subconscious, that it's a fail-safe mechanism. It turns on when it thinks we need it and saves us. It thinks it saves us, but it's really hindering and it's preventing. This it is something that you mentioned all the ways it can manifest, particularly procrastination. Man, I'm so guilty. And all the ways it can hurt your success, whether it's business. You're talking about productivity. Some of the top CEOs in the world have maybe figured out innately and not realizing how to override this it. And then even in your personal life, your kids, your teens drive you crazy. Your spouse, you can apply this anywhere, right? Not just business.
Yeah, because one of the things I found was what we call the protective sequence. And we found there's only 6 sequences of human behavior. So there's really only 6 people in the world. And we were able to find how each of these sequences relate to each other. So why they conflict with each other and why they actually can evolve as human beings. So once you know your own sequence, but imagine knowing your child's sequence. Imagine knowing your spouse or your potential client and anybody else that you meet. You'll know exactly why they're going through what they're going through. So if we've helped save marriages, on the brink of divorce, to show them they were not hating each other. They were just protecting themselves, each other through a subconscious. Teenagers coming out, talking to their parents, understanding now, because now the parents understand how to support them in so many different ways. So we found this to be very that it works 100% of the time because this never changes. You are actually born with this, and then situations happen. It's not the situations happen and then you create this. It's actually you're born with this, and then you attract certain things in your life in order, excuse me, in order for you to understand this, find it, and find what we call that antidote to switch it off instantly. And remember, you never get rid of this. I want to make sure people, you don't get rid of it. And it'll be stupid to get rid of it because it's your protective sequence. So you don't want to get rid of that. You just need to learn how to dance with it.
We're talking to Dr. Philip Agrios, transcendnow.biz, www.transcendnow.biz, also author of Life's One Law, Nature's Blueprint for Repeatable Success. You mentioned the 6 different character types or whatever, and that's key because it may be the reason you have not been able to push past and self-sabotage, continue to self-sabotage and not find success. You may be applying correct ideas, but you're not applying them to you personally. And that identifying who you are of the 6 may be a reason why you find yourself saying, it's my fault. No, it's not. This is inherent in all of us, this thing. It's hard to get past success blocks, and a lot of us tell ourselves, I've tried everything, nothing works. Big reason is you're not targeting you. So is that something you're going to help us with, figuring out which of these 6 people we are?
Yes. So, yeah. So basically, once you understand this sequence, and what's really cool about the sequence is enveloped is your superpowers, your major strength, and then your saboteur. And what happens is we're finding that your superpower is one of the reasons why you self-sabotage. It trips you up because you use it too much, and it trips you up. And once you use what we call our T-Now method, the T standing for transcend, the T-Now method, what it does, it actually allows you allows your superpower to become more efficient. So it doesn't become overly bearing, or then you just turn it off because you need a break. So it's kind of a seesaw reaction of helping to bring everything into balance so that you can really allow yourself to deal with that situation that comes your way. And one of the things I would love to give at least one sentence for people to start using immediately. When you feel resistive, when you feel stressed, or anything that's out of your flow, the first question should be, why am I protecting myself at this moment in time? Why am I protecting myself at this moment in time? It will then shift it into a point of it's not happening to you. It's happening for you, through you, and from you. And how can I benefit from this? Because every experience that you have, you can benefit, you can have a detriment, or it just is. Those are the 3. So there's never anything good or bad. It just is. It depends on how you perceive it. And when you start to look for the benefit out of the experience that you have created and co-created, it will then allow you to move forward and find that benefit, and then be able to evolve at that moment.
Yeah, that's key. And thanks for that tip, Dr. Agrios. That's key. As I imagine many of us, when we, for instance, job setting and an overbearing boss, and he dumps on you, and then you all of a sudden you have anxiety. You're likely think, well, the boss causes my anxiety. An external thing causes it. Perhaps it's internal. It's your subconscious reaction, something protecting yourself is creating the anxiety. So do ask yourself that, as Dr. Agrios said. It's the T-Now method. And it works, especially with just things like we all experience every day, overcoming anxiety or being frustrated about your health. You can unlock so much potential in yourself by stop self-sabotaging. I feel like I've always done that, but I just didn't know why. Where do we start, Dr. Agrios? I want to get online and learn more. I want to get the book, I guess.
Well, one of the things we're doing that we just created just a couple of months ago is a membership for the general public. They can go to thetnowmethod.com, thetnowmethod.com. It's a very low price. We're just starting that out like a founder's membership. And then from there, what they do is they get a little small 40-minute mini course. They get a little workbook. They're able to discover their inborn sabotage trait, the antidote, how to use it immediately, and one of the powerful 2 words that they can actually use to offset any stress. And then every week, they get a little 2 to 3 minute video about how this affects them in their health, their relationships, and in their professional life. And then I show up once a month live and answer questions. And then we have a more of a group coaching, more diving deeper into a lot of the discoveries that I had for our business owners, executives, sales professionals. And that's where they can go to the transcendnow.biz, which is our website that has access to a 12-minute video that goes deeper. And then they can have a discovery call with us to determine if this is something that's for them. So they can go to thetnowmethod.com for the membership, or transcendnow.biz for more of a higher level group coaching program.
Fascinating. One last thing, Dr. Agrios. You hit on this, and you found this, magic antidote. As far as you know, does anyone else purport to have this? Does anybody else do this? Has anybody else identified this in the world?
No, there's nothing like this in the world. No, we've had thousands of people. No one's ever seen it. We've had psychologists to, from top people that you would know from the self-help world themselves. And no, there's nothing like this. It's totally new, and it's so simple. That's why for 30 years I kept on saying this can't be this simple, but it is. Didn't say it was easy, but you start out slowly, and our goal is for you to start using the T-Now method more on a subconscious level than you've been protecting yourself through the saboteur. So that's what we've been able to find, and that's why we're doing this radio show. And my why is we want to help millions of people, to help them to understand that for the rest of their lives, all they need to do is focus on one thing, and they'll understand why they go down to self-sabotage or why they can go into growth, because that's all we do. We grow or we protect. That's it. So they work together. So each is very important, but it's helping you to understand that how you can move forward through any adversity, no matter how big or small.
Dr. Philip Agrios, his T-Now method. We all self-sabotage, and it's not our fault. It's a built-in defense mechanism that needs to be rewired a little bit. And Dr. Agrios will tell you how. Thanks for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a great day.
You too as well.
Cowboy State Daily continues as we jump right back into the Zoom room with our weather guy, Don Day. Once I find Don Day. Hold on, Don. Day weather forecast is kind of like yesterday. I don't see any too much change. It looks, again, really spring-like. You may experience some spot showers here and there in the afternoon across Wyoming, but when it's not showering, it'll be partly to mostly sunny and kind of nice. That sounds like spring, Don.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wait a minute. You're contractually obligated to provide us with entertainment as well as information. Anything else? We talked about the dude getting sucked up into a vortex. I don't have any wacky weather thing today. Although I did see that and I know this boils your blood. Meteorologists say prepare for a record-setting heat wave in the next 5 to 10 years. We're all going to burn up on the planet.
Well, I didn't hear that one. For the next 5 to 10 years, really? All right. Well, it's been good knowing you, Jake.
Yeah, we got some meteorologists that purport to forecast weather 10 days out. Don will tell you what a crapshoot that is. Let's just concentrate on the next 4 days. Get us to the weekend, which looks really good.
Yeah, so today is going to still be, as you mentioned, there's still going to be showers and thunderstorms around, especially in the central and the eastern side of the state. And a little on the cool, a little coolness in the air. But starting tomorrow, there's a lot of warmth building up over the Great Basin, California, the Pacific Northwest. I mean, while it's been relatively cool in Wyoming, the heat's been building to our west, not far from here. And some of that starts to come in. You're going to notice it tomorrow. But boy, I tell you, Friday through Sunday, people are going to swear it's summer. We are going to see 70s and 80s. We'll have a little bit of thunderstorm activity, but, the usual stuff. Now, don't be sucked in, however, by the fact that it will feel like summer the first weekend of June. I mean, Sunday's June 1. We have a pretty significant storm system that's going to come in Monday and Tuesday. I wouldn't be surprised if there's snow in Wyoming's mountains Monday.
I did see that.
Right. So but the good news is, before that weather comes in early next week, we're going to have a pretty good weekend. But we're still in the up and down part of the year. Put it this way, early June has systems like this. Once you get the system past this, I think we're probably into summer, into a summer pattern. But we're going to see the pendulum kind of go wild. It's going to really warm up and early next week. We're probably going to even have to deal with severe weather early next week in eastern Wyoming. That'll be something we'll need to keep an eye on. So a little bit of everything over the next 7 days.
Yeah, kind of that May 15th to June 15th. There'll be gems of days where you'll be like, oh, this is glorious, but you just can't depend on that holding up and staying there. But I like the weekend. I don't want to accidentally look too far ahead, whether it's 5 years or 10 years or 10 days. Let's just take a really nice weekend. But I did see kind of Tuesday. Ooh, that might be naughty. One last thing. You say these building warm temps right just off there to our southwest or west. What keeps it from getting in here? Because I was under the influence of a low pressure system, which to me, it's not like, high pressure creates this bulletproof shield where nothing can get in and we just sit under a high for a week or more. What low pressure seems unstable. How is that keeping out the good stuff?
Well, yeah. So it's a good question. We've got a big high in the Great Basin along the West Coast, but we got a big low in the Dakotas. And we're right in between. And it's kind of a standoff right now. The pattern isn't really moving very much, and that's why it is. And really, it's been like this since this weekend. It's been a standoff. What side of the divide are you on is really dictating your weather. But that low in the Dakotas and the Corn Belt is gonna get unstuck. Starts to move tomorrow, so that high has a chance to move now. Once we get beyond today.
L for low, L for loser, low system, adios. Get your marching orders. We've had enough of the low. Bring in the high. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Rolling on through a Wednesday and rolling right through May. May is almost over. June's going to start with a bang weather-wise, as you heard Don Day say. Day with a forecast. Fantastic weekend this weekend. He said it's going to trick you into thinking it's summer. And it darn will be. Highs in the 80s for a lot of us this weekend. And then watch out, though, for the rubber band snap of Monday and Tuesday. Oops. Before we dig back into Wyoming news, I did want to mention this story only because I think this topic separates us like no other. I think we're separated by that. We're pulled apart. We're polarized by this topic more than politics, even more than Democrat or Republican. We're in two camps on this, and there's nobody in between. You're either here or you're there. And this is expiration dates on food. Food in the refrigerator, best if used by an actual expiration date. And there are some people that religiously adhere to those date stamps and some that could care less. No problem. Which one are you? Because you're not in between. Not really. I don't think there's too many people that walk in the middle ground there. You are either doggedly, religiously following that expire date, or it could be fidgeted. That's not the right word. And that divide exists in my household. In fact, I take it even further. I'm doing the expired if it's within a few days of expiration. If it's going to expire this weekend, it's already out of the fridge. Nope. Not eating it. This story from the Washington Post, the illustrious Washington Post, 5 myths about food expiration dates and Best Buy labels. Okay? Entertain me. Let me start my popcorn now. There's the wife who never met an expiration label she cared to be bothered about.
Whatever.
She'll eat things days after their Best Buy, days after expired.
Don't lie.
Meanwhile, I see an expiration date and I'm already thinking, well, bacteria has taken over this product like a week ago. Nope. Does this mean cheese might kill me? Probably. Long before it turns green, it has an expiration date, and I adhered to that religiously.
Obnoxious.
If it expires, have a good day at work. If it expires June 1st, it's already half out of my fridge now. I want something fresher. I do not want to get sick over a bunch of bacteria building up in my soup or my yogurt. Not that I would ever eat yogurt. What about you? What about you? Do you follow the expiration dates? Do you follow Best Buy this date? Or no? Are they just a suggestion, just a guardrail, just a guideline? Myth number 1, Washington Post. All food should be thrown away as soon as the printed date passes. That's a myth, says Washington Post. For me, that's a hard and fast rule. Yes, all food should be thrown away because you can't give it to any. Nobody wants an expired food. You can't go give it to the food bank. Although that's another myth. Hold on. But yes, all food should be thrown away. And sometimes I don't want to be a food waster. What I do with expired food, for the most part, and game and fish wardens, close your ears, I sometimes throw it outside. Because, I don't live in the city. I don't live in a cul-de-sac. I live way the heck out of nowhere. And I throw it outdoors, and there'll be something with claws or paws or beaks that will eat it. And we'll all be the happier for it, and I won't have wasted food. Whether it's the magpies, the raccoons, the deer, a mountain lion, something will come along and eat it. The problem is wildlife gets used to this being the cafeteria, and they come by and say, hey, where's the stuff you usually throw out? I know, I've created a monster. All food should be thrown away as soon as the printed date passes. Myth number 1, according to this story, according to ReFed President Dana Gunders, said, hang on, these dates are really just about quality. Passing the date doesn't mean they're not safe. It just means about quality. For instance, old almonds will not be overrun with bacteria, but they will taste off as their oils break down. Properly refrigerated pasteurized milk can be fine past its date, but it'll eventually develop odors and odd flavors. Oh, that's what I mean. I don't care if it won't kill me. Who wants to drink milk that smells bad? Which leads us to myth number 2. You can always rely on your senses when assessing food past its date. Your senses being this one. Your nose will tell you, cheese is bad. That milk has turned. Your senses. Stuff will smell bad. Stuff will look bad. You'll see mold developing, etc. Some moist foods, just that word moist gives me the creeps. Some moist food served straight from the fridge can host dangerous bacteria that can over time grow to infectious levels even under refrigeration. Even if the food still looks and smells fine. Aha! So don't trust your senses. Myth number 2. Myth 3, date labels. These dates we're talking about, best if consumed by, best if bought by, or just a flat out expiration date. Date labels are nationally standardized. I had the impression that, yes, the FDA is the boss of the dates. Apparently not. Used by, best by, expires on. Any of those myriad phrases you might see stamped on your food don't have official definitions. The federal government requires a use by date only on instant formula. The date only on infant formula. Sorry. So infant formula is the only thing the FDA requires a used by on. All other stuff is not under FDA purview. It's just the manufacturer saying this food's going to taste better if you buy it by and use it by this date. And this food is going to taste kind of funky after this date. I didn't know that. Here's another myth. Washington Post, most date labels are meaningless. Well, no, they mean something. Companies determine shelf life in a number of ways, from rigorous original research to reliance on past product data. In other words, the last guy who bought Frosted Flakes and ate them a month after they were expired complained to Kellogg's and said, these Frosted Flakes taste terrible. And put that in the data bank, says Mr. Kellogg. Another myth, food banks will not accept expired food. Really? I mean, I assume that was the truth. Many nonprofits do accept food donations after the best buy date. In Utah, for example, Bountiful Food Pantry invites donations of food up to 3 years past the printed date. Oh, man. No thanks. Anyway, just some myths about expiration dates. And the whole topic, I think, divides us neatly into 2 camps. Personally, those willing to go past an expiration date on food and those who say, I draw the line on best if consumed by or best if purchased by. Yeah. And not a minute after, out of the fridge it comes. I'm not doing any science experiments. Some of us more willing to try that funky baloney. Okay. Don't complain when you get a bellyache. We'll be back with more stories in the Cowboy State Daily right after this quick break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Rossi, what's happening?
It's a wonderful Wednesday morning, close to summer.
Feels nice. Yesterday was nice. What's going on up in Cody? You got a lot of rain? I know Sheridan, Buffalo getting rain up north.
Yeah, we're getting a pretty decent amount. It depends on the day, and the pollen is atrocious, so that's been fun.
Oh, already?
Yep, my car is covered with a solid layer of yellow right now.
Ooh, yeah. I've noticed my I get allergies real bad. This is a little early for it. I don't usually get it till late June, early July. So whatever I'm allergic to, maybe it might not be out yet. But pollen already.
Yep, I've got a tree right outside my window in my office, so I'm just living it up at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it looks nice if you didn't have to see it on your car, but like it's just so green everywhere you look. It's amazing. Well, shame on the DMV for taking away one of the things we look forward to, and that's the inconvenience of visiting the Department of Motor Vehicle. Everything is about the experience is horrid, from visiting your fellow mankind. Take a look at the line in the DMV and you wonder, am I related to that? Do we share the same DNA? Are they even humanoid? Who are the people in the DMV? And then there's the inconvenience of all of us are slaves to what I picture, what I visualize as one rickety 1980s computer that everyone's trying to access at the same time to do something with your driver's license. And the computer is busy with somebody's on it playing Atari from 1984. And now we're going to spend $20 million to upgrade that. Darn, the experience at the DMV might be faster and better. I don't know.
That's the intent. The YDOT has invested a lot of money into getting these system upgrades ready to go, and they're going to be implemented at driver services offices throughout the state as we go into the summer. But yeah, it's the biggest overhaul they've had in their system since 1986, and all of us at the Cowboy State Daily staff had fun talking about all the things that are just as old as YDOT's current computer systems.
Which is fun to put things in perspective because you can. We've talked about this. You can say 1986, and the number just goes in and out our ears. But then you mention the movies, the songs from that era, and all of a sudden you're like, "Wow, that's a long time ago."
Well, yeah, I mean, and even taking it to logical extension, most people probably didn't have personal computers back then, let alone laptops, or certainly not cell phones. And what technology has changed so dramatically in that 40-year period. And YDOT still, if you go to a driver service office today, you're going to see that same technology being used to get everything they need to get done. That's not just on our end, that's on their end too. So the fact that they have the money to make this upgrade, to make the system more efficient, that's a pretty big deal.
And as mentioned by somebody in your story, Andrew Rossi, Jordan Young, spokeswoman for YDOT, said, if you think of any of the technology from the 1980s to now, and how far we've come, we were playing Pong on computer. I'm just trying to do it from like a game sense, gaming on a computer. What has been huge advances in that amount of time.
Absolutely. The fact that's kind of related to that is the fact that the average smartphone nowadays has more computing power than it took to send the astronauts to the moon.
There you go. I love also the quote from Misty Zimmerman, driver services program manager at DMV. She's aware of what we're all saying about the DMV. She said, we all know the stereotypes commonly associated with visiting the DMV, and that's long lines and a long wait. Everybody presumably waiting on the stupid computer, not necessarily the people working there. Aha. So, yeah, we might change your whole experience there.
Yep, and the good news for you, Jake, is that you'll still get that wonderful in-person experience at least once every 10 years, so you can put that on your calendar.
I want to say I updated my driver's license online last time, but maybe not. Maybe I had to go in and get my...
I'm not sure if you can update it by mail. You have been able to do that, but from what I understand, the current system doesn't support renewing driver's licenses online. The new system will, but by state statute, you can only renew your driver's license via mail or now by online every other time. So they renew it every 5 years. That means once every 10 years, you will have to go to the DMV in person to go through that process. So you'll have to go to the DMV the next time you go to renew your license. But in my case, I have to renew mine by next year, and I can do that online with the new software that's being implemented.
I see. Well, lucky you. That's probably a good thing to make a real visit. We got to make sure you're a living, breathing person. Especially you see some of these old timers and you're like, how does that person still have a license? Maybe you should have to visit once in a while to prove you can at least get up and get somewhere. Yeah.
And the driver services offices aren't going anywhere. They're still going to be there for in-person visits for people who need that hands-on experience. But if you want to pull up your driving record, or if you want to apply for your license or re-up it and everything, you can do that from your home now. You can even set up an appointment for when you want to go to the DMV at home. So it's a pretty drastic change. And of course, the other thing is Wyoming, it legalized the concept of digital driver's licenses many years ago, but the system couldn't support it because it was made in 1986. This new system will be able to support digital driver's licenses. That's not coming anytime in the near future, but down the line, it will be possible.
Interesting. So yeah, coming into the new age. Yeah, that all sounds good, but I still think, one of those old-fashioned personal visits is important because I've been stuck in traffic behind, one of them knuckle drivers. And if you look at their driver's license, if the cop says, let me see your driver's license, it just shows a photo of Knuckles on the top of a steering wheel and no face, like...
Jake, I think I can say nothing is more upsetting when you are driving in Wyoming and you encounter a bad driver and then you see that they have Wyoming plates. It's like we should know better.
It's discouraging. I know. You should have Massachusetts plates so we know who you are. I know. So where does YDOT get the money for this $20 million upgrade? I thought the state was hurting for dough.
Yeah, so they got an allocation from the state several years ago in anticipation. This has been a long-term process. So YDOT's been squirreling away funds, and the state has granted them funds. They can't use federal funds because they can't be allocated towards driver services operations. So if you need to build a highway or get like construction, as you know, on Teton Pass, that can get federal funding immediately. But when it comes to these sort of things, federal funding can't be allocated for those purposes. So the state's been aware that they've needed an upgrade and they've been planning for it for a while. And YDOT, of course, has squirreled away money to make sure that they have everything ready to go. And now it's that the moment's finally come.
Well, watch out. Your experience at DMV may be a whole new thing. That's pretty cool, Andrew. How do you train the perfect trail horse? I like this. I know some people that have taken their horse and gone through the Citizens Mounted Patrol training, which means your horse has to be bomb-proof, like literally if a bomb went off. Or it has to be, a car horn, a car alarm, or all kinds of things. And training the horse to be desensitized to things that it thinks are scary. You want your trail horse to be topped off in that manner, to be perfectly reliable. You talked to Gillette's Mandy Gagliano, who trains Rocky Mountain horses. That's pretty neat. What'd you learn?
I learned all sorts of cool things. So what I guess I learned is it's kind of an anathema to the Wyoming mindset because what's a trail horse? Well, I imagine most people just have their horses that they take on trails, but trail horses are specifically designed to give a smooth ride, to be very sure-footed while it's a big pastime in the eastern US and other parts of the world. And people are interested in acquiring horses specifically to go trail riding. So it's not just, taking your all-purpose horse and throwing a saddle on it and going through the bighorns. These trail horses and their specific breed, another thing I learned, a Rocky Mountain horse, they're gated, so they have a very smooth ride. They're very easy for first-timers. And what Mandy does is she just takes them through her custom-made obstacle course to get them accustomed to things they may or may not experience while they're trail riding. So going over narrow bridges, encountering, grades where there's a bunch of logs, or the water box, which is the thing that turned me on to it because the video, I think, had been viewed over 6 million times by the time I found it. But just the horse getting accustomed to stepping on that water box and having the water slosh up and not being fazed by it. And that the reaction to that was important because the horse wasn't scared of it, but it did acknowledge it. So it stepped on the box, it acknowledged that was there, assessed everything, realized it wasn't a problem, and just went straight through. And that's top-notch trail horse training from what Mandy told me, is that you don't want horses to just blindly go through the motions. You want them to acknowledge what threats are in the area or what hazards they have to navigate and navigate them.
Yeah, what Mandy's doing is getting a horse ready for what it may see and encounter 18 miles out from the trailhead, where you don't want to find out your horse doesn't know what a creek is and never seen water. And that's next thing you know, you're not on the horse anymore. Good idea to figure that out in the training course that Mandy offers. Smart.
This really cool thing, and it's its own not burgeoning, but it's its own industry in that sense. It's not really, she doesn't have much of a market in Wyoming because everybody has horses and they just take the horses they have. But in places like Kentucky and Tennessee, and even she shipped one of her horses to Germany, trail riding is a much more common outdoor recreation activity. And so Wyoming is a great place to train trail horses because the terrain they encounter out here is going to be drastically different from what they're going to encounter in other places. So they'll be prepared for anything.
Yeah, and it has the extremes of everything. You're right. And just like any horse, depending on its intended use, if it's going to be a roping horse for the rodeo, you have to train it for that and finish it for that. Mandy finishes your horse for trail riding. Sounds like a natural, super smart idea. Great story. How did you run across Mandy or this industry or these horses?
Jake, at this point, my Facebook algorithm has been finely tuned to just show me strange and interesting things that are happening all over Wyoming. So these things just pop up in my news feed, and I pursue them for as far as I can go.
I totally believe it, given what I've seen of barbed wire art. Are you kidding me? A Cody rancher turning old barbed wire into spiky steel tumbleweeds. What's this about?
Well, it's the rancher I spoke to. It's just the most economical way to deal with barbed wire in its own sense, because I think all ranchers can relate to the fact that your barbed wire fences, they might have fallen over. They might be over a century old, especially if it's a property that you've purchased from someone or inherited from a family member. And she needs to go out there, gather up all the barbed wire and replace it and keep her fences up. And it's the easiest way to do that. Just start a ball and twist it around until eventually you've got this 100 pounds, 250 feet worth of barbed wire and a giant tumbleweed.
Well, whether it's the latest coming into the computer age, the DMV, or repurposing barbed wire, Andrew Rossi's on it, or finishing your trail horse.
That hard-cutting news that we all need.
Dude, you have the most fun job ever because the unpredictability of your job. Most people say when they punch in to go to work, they like the fact that they don't know what's going to happen that day. That seems, in my mind, that's you, Andrew Rossi. Like, you never know.
Pretty much.
Maybe a dinosaur, maybe some outer space this weekend. We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Thanks, Andrew. Have a great Wednesday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily, Andrew Rossi, with some stories you might want to go read. CowboyStateDaily.com. Barbed wire art. New life for barbed wire. DMV getting a computer system overhaul. And finishing your trail horse to be ready to encounter the trail. These stories and more. We'll be right back after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A U.S. Department of Energy emergency order aims to keep open a Michigan coal-fired power plant that primarily burns Wyoming coal and was scheduled to shut down Saturday. The order counteracts a Michigan state law that requires utilities in that state to phase out all coal-fired generation by 2030. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the DOE's emergency order is a significant move.
The state of Michigan passed a law in 2023, which really set the state up to move away from coal for electricity. But the current administration has said, no, we want you to at least stay at the ready because they say they have concerns about capacity for the grid, that Michigan is going to need that extra generation capacity on standby, essentially. And it might mean that it burns more Wyoming coal down the road.
Matt Fry, director of the Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis at UW, told Cowboy State Daily that the DOE's order is generally good news for Wyoming's coal producers, but not a game changer. The Sheridan Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating a man missing under mysterious circumstances for nearly a month. 53-year-old James Bo Galloway was last seen by family April 30th and was reported missing to police May 5th. His family told Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker that it's unlike Galloway to go this long without contacting his daughter or other family.
Madeline is his only child, and the two of them are very close to the point where they talk near daily. So when she didn't hear from him, they went over to his house and there were some concerning clues. For example, his cell phone was found in the backyard and it was smashed and his car was there. So presumably he's gone somewhere on foot. He missed her graduation on Sunday and the family is just, this is not right.
The police have no leads and are asking for people to submit tips and any other information to help find Galloway. The outlook for tourism in Hot Springs County continues to show mixed signals, leaving some worried about how things will turn out for 2025 with the continued closure of the Star Plunge, which features indoor and outdoor mineral pools and hot tubs at Hot Springs State Park. The attraction is embroiled in a legal dispute between the state parks and the facility's owner, who has accused the state in a lawsuit of trying to cheat him. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that visitor counts at Hot Springs State Park are up year over year for for January, February, and March, although lodging revenues show a noticeable downturn in overnight stays.
People in town are really thinking about, what else can they do to build tourism in the area besides things that are in the Hot Springs State Park. I think the whole situation with Star Plunge has started that kind of train of thought with people. The street dance is back this year. So lots of people just kind of rallying for the town to save their summer tourism.
Fishing is proving to be a bright spot for Hot Springs County's tourism this year. Another bright spot was a recent mention of Hot Springs State Park by the New York Times in an article listing alternatives to the ever-popular Yellowstone. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, the Wyoming Department of Transportation is implementing a $20 million computer system upgrade this summer, the most significant overhaul since 1986. The agency is upgrading its driver services and revenue information service systems in WYDOT offices statewide. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that WYDOT's current system serves over 1,000 people per day, but it's so archaic that the department's IT team can barely keep it up and running.
Ronald Reagan was midway through his second term as president the last time WYDOT upgraded these systems. The top charting track on the Billboard Hot 100 was Falco's Rock Me Amadeus. But the important takeaways is not only is this going to make things more efficient for WYDOT, it's going to be a net benefit for the people of Wyoming too.
The new software's online self-service features include renewing driver's licenses, ordering driving records and handicap placards, and scheduling appointments for a driving test. That'll reduce the wait times at WYDOT's driver services offices, which anyone would perceive as a net positive. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we dig in on a Wednesday. Claire McFarland will be with us shortly. Talk about crime, courts, and all that kind of dirty stuff. From our feedback on the show, we had one listener say, what about the crime in Gillette? What about it? Again, these random feedback sentences. Jesus says, what we think about the criminal behavior in Gillette. What we think about. Okay, Jesus, what we think about criminal behavior. The only criminal story out of Gillette that I saw for today in the news is this guy in the Walmart bathroom who showed his ding-a-ling to a kindergartner. If that's what Jesus is referring to, I don't know. Gillette man could face up to 12 years in prison after being found guilty of exposing himself to a 5-year-old boy in a Walmart bathroom. The jury convicted him last week after a 3-day trial. James Todd, 55-year-old, had all kinds of excuses for why his ding-dong was out. He said he was going to the stall to use the stall, and then he said the stall was too dirty, so he just walked him and his pee-pee out to the urinal. Then a 5-year-old just happened to be there. Is kind of how I think the defense presented the case of James Todd. Now, the jury didn't buy it. The jury determined after 3 days that James Todd did purposely have his junk out on display for the kindergartner and even asked the kindergartner, gross, kids, close your ears, cover your ears. He asked if the boy wanted to touch his wiener, according to court docs. The boy said no, politely washed his hands and left the bathroom. Went straight to his mom, said there's a perv in the bathroom. Yeah. Video evidence from the store showed the boy enter, showed the boy leave with his head down as if dejected, and went straight to his mom and could be seen conversing with mom. Store video also showed James Todd go in the bathroom, leave the bathroom, and never make any attempt to go buy a heater, which is another reason he said he was there. I was there to buy a heater. At my job site, the heater busted, crapped out, so I was going to buy a heater. He never went to buy a heater, never went to the area of the store that had a space heater, never ventured toward that part of the store, according to documents. According to the surveillance camera. The boy has received counseling, thankfully. His mother had brought him to the store to buy stuff. An interviewer in Rapid City, South Dakota, child forensic interviewer, delicately, I would imagine, got information out of the kid, who talked about the man who exposed himself, James Todd, 55-year-old. The jury didn't buy the idea that he was in there to purchase a heater. They didn't buy his whole story about why his pants were down in the bathroom. They didn't buy any of it. So, it's going to be sentencing will be next for the Gillette man, who could face up to 12 years in prison after being found guilty of exposing himself. That perhaps is the crime in Gillette that Jesus was referring to. That was to be what Claire McFarland was going to chat with us about had she popped in the Zoom room. That apparently is not happening. I had bad luck yesterday with Jackie, who forgot Tuesday was Monday. Understandable. Greg, who didn't pop on just because, well, he had his reasons. Yeah, we did not have a good success rate yesterday, which felt like a Monday. The Tuesday after Memorial Day feels like, a lot of us didn't really want to get back to work. But now here it is Wednesday, and Claire also has a story about a judge blocking Trump's quote-unquote egregious order against Wyoming tribes lawyers. What does that mean? I wish Claire was here to tell us so I didn't have to read the whole thing. But a federal judge has blocked President Donald Trump's order that sought to punish a law firm that represents the Northern Arapaho tribe. Well, why would President Trump do that? The firm, according to Trump, worked with someone who once investigated Trump and supports, allegedly, a cause he deems un-American. And this law firm is not the first to fall under President Donald Trump's ire. In fact, he's kind of had it out for some law firms he says are doing things un-American. President Trump's March 25th order attempting to freeze this firm out of federal buildings was blocked by this judge's decision, temporarily anyway. U.S. District Court Judge John Bates was the guy who made the ruling. He ruled in favor of a 900-person law firm called Jenner and Block, who represent, among many clients, the Northern Arapaho tribe. And they do this by offering lobbying efforts in Washington, D.C. on behalf of the Northern Arapaho. And Judge Bates, watching some law firms buckle under Trump's ire because of their associations with people who prosecuted him or their backing of causes which the president disagrees with. Judge Bates says this has been something of an organic experiment, control group and all, about how firms, law firms, react to the orders and how they might escape them, wrote Judge Bates. Several firms, presumably of ordinary firmness, Judge Bates continued, have folded rather than facing similar executive orders. Indeed, it appears to take extraordinary firmness to resist. Judge Bates says the experiment has shown what the experiment has come about to mean: compromising speech, basically. Judge Bates issues a temporary block on President Trump's executive order written in March that would seek to punish law firms that are doing things President Trump doesn't like. Interesting. Claire McFarland has that story, and we don't know where Claire is. So we'll move on. We'll move on with this day in history, maybe? I have to do some paperwork here. Stand by, because after this day in history, we're going to rodeo just a little bit, which is always fun with the Western Ag Network. But the Western Ag Network did not have their Wednesday rodeo road show prepared when early this morning. Now they finally got it together. Okay, I'm ready. This day in history, let's take a look at that. It's May 28th. These things happen on this day in history, 1865. Cheyenne tribe, or perhaps the Sioux, it is not known even to this day, Cheyenne or Sioux, or both, attacked the Elkhorn Station in Wyoming with inconclusive results. So we don't know who attacked, or we don't know the outcome. But they also attacked the Sweetwater Station, Wyoming, took 4 horses and 2 mules. And they attacked the Pole Creek Station. All of these things, simultaneous attacks occurred from the Cheyenne and or Sioux in 1865. This day, 1869, Territorial Governor Campbell issued an order for the census of the Wyoming Territory. Remember, in 1869, Wyoming was not yet a state, just a territory. And Governor Campbell wanted to get an idea. Yeah, we had a governor of a territory, even though we weren't a state yet. And in 1869, ordered a census. Can you imagine what kind of head count we were able to obtain in Wyoming in 1869? I mean, even today, with today's technology, we can't do still an accurate census, in my opinion. I never got contacted where I live. I live a little off the grid, but not crazy off the grid. I just don't live in a town or a city. I live out in the country, and I was never contacted by a census taker, even though supposedly in 2020, there were stepped up efforts to count everybody. And there was going to be census. Remember, the U.S. government, the U.S. Census said, we're hiring tons of people and they're going to get there. Expect to knock at your door. Never saw anyone. So I didn't get counted. There's one less person that never got counted for Wyoming. So how accurate even today is the census? Imagine 1869 trying to cover what was Wyoming territory and doing it a horseback. It wasn't like any census takers were driving around in their Subarus, stopping there and knocking at your door. They were riding a horseback, trying to find people and count them. Come on. That couldn't have been very accurate. 1888, U.S. Congress granted lands within Fort Sanders military reservation to the territory of... I got lost already reading this sentence. U.S. Congress granted lands that would eventually become Laramie Fish Hatchery. All right. Make that a little simpler. 1888, this happened. Construction began on the Sidon Canal in the Bighorn Basin, 1900 this day. 1902, on this day, The Virginian was published. Great book. It should be required reading for everybody. The Virginian. 1902. 1918, and I cannot pronounce this name. I'll do my best. Miele Rakia Jarty of Glencoe received a patent for a design he had, I'm assuming it's a he, for a sled attachment to an automobile. 1918. Where is that sled today? I don't know. I am fascinated to know more. Who is Miele Rokia Jarty? I'm looking up the name and the Googler doesn't know. Siri doesn't know. Nobody's ever heard of this person. Although there is a patent issued to this person. On this day, patents in Wyoming. Yeah. So whoever this dude is, or dudette, May 28, 1918, patents issued to foreign citizens living in Wyoming. Oh, by the way, this person, Miele Rokia Jarty, who received a patent for and this is all it says, a sled attachment for automobiles. By the way, it was patent number 1267871, in case you wanted to know. And usually they list, this Jarty was a Russian. Okay, subject of the Tsar of Russia at the time. So it was a Russia living in Glencoe, Wyoming, that received a patent for a sled that would attach to an automobile. Now you know way more than you needed to know about that. 1946, Broadway actress Madeline LaRue was born in Wyoming, born in Laramie. And she would appear on the Broadway stage. She was in a Broadway show called Rain. She was in another one that had a pretty good run that I can't remember the name of, in the 70s. What the heck is the name of that? And she was also, she did some TV and film work. She was on a soap opera. let me look. Madeline LaRue. She was on Broadway. She was in Rain and the Dirtiest Show in Town. That's right. It also opened in London. I don't know if she was in the London version. I think so. Laramie born Madeline LaRue, born this day in 1946. She was also known for Cry Uncle, 1971 film, Ryan's Hope, 1975, and Behind Locked Doors, 1968, and a big Broadway actress. Beautiful girl, 5'8", tall. Madeline LaRue, born this day, still alive, as far as I know. 1987, Norris, Madison, Fishing Bridge Museums and the Old Faithful Inn were designated as the National Historic Landmarks. Designated as National Historic Landmarks on this day, 1987. All these things happen on this day, May 28th. This day in history. Time to rodeo, and then we'll take a quick break. It's Western Ag Network with a Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen, fresh off a trip from Cooley City, Washington, Memorial Day weekend. Hope you had a great weekend. You know what we haven't done all year long is check the Resistol Rookie of the Year standings. The young guns who are making an impact in the sport of rodeo and the perpetuation of the sport we love. Resistol Rookies on the Roadshow. Coming up next, stay close.
Ranchers, it's time for the 17th annual Diamond McNabb Horse Sale. Saturday, June 7th, 85 saddle horses sell at the ranch near Douglas, Wyoming. At Diamond McNabb, our horses are more than livestock, not just pets. They're partners we depend on with our lives, and you can too. Diamond McNabb Ranch horses will only the best will do. For more information, visit dmhorses.com or give Ken a call personally at 307-254-7260. Online and phone bidding also available.
Meet your new ally in the battle against weeds. Cohort is a next-level adjuvant designed to strengthen herbicides requiring an AMS. As the ultimate companion for post-emergence applications, Cohort helps herbicides produce faster, more complete weed control while ensuring consistent and effective performance. Trade in your dry AMS bag this season for multiple technologies in one convenient liquid. Contact your local Helena representative or authorized dealer for more information about Cohort. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
A prestigious honor to be named Rookie of the Year in Professional Rodeo and the WPRA. In the all-around category, Mason Spain from Texas, who competes in both the bareback riding and the bull riding, is number one in the all-around. Blackfoot, Idaho's Sage Allen, number one in the bareback riding event. Jake Holmes from Mulvane, Kansas, number one in the steer wrestling event. In the team roping event, Devin Johnson from Texas, number one in the heading department, and Nikki Northcott from Stephenville, Texas. His dad was a world champion back in about 1992, and so the tradition continues in the Northcott family. Gus Galliard from Morse, Texas, last year's college world champion in the saddle bronc riding. He's in the number one spot in the rookie race in the bronc riding. Buck Calhoun from Texas, number one in the tie-down roping event. In the breakaway roping, Brooke Bruner from Park, Colorado, number one in the breakaway. And Emma Parr from Alabama. She is in the top 30 in the world, number one in the rookie race in the barrel racing. The number one spot in the bull riding Rookie of the Year is Bryce Jensen from Huntsville, Texas. He's got almost $50,000 won. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org. You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Wednesday. Today's the day for Texas and Hawaii. And I'll tell you what. It's National Brisket Day, number one. And it's National Flip-Flop Day, number two. Well, brisket, I mean, that's Texas. Texas owns that shiz. I mean, brisket, invented in, perfected in, brisket's Texas, man. Period. You can't convince me otherwise. And pick a state that would embrace National Flip-Flop Day. Maybe Florida. But in Hawaii, flip-flop is standard issued footwear. I don't imagine. It's like it's like the wooden shoes for the Dutch. Every Hawaiian's in flip-flops. So Texas, salute to you today, and salute to the Aloha State. Our friends in Hawaii. They take their brisket seriously in Texas. My brother-in-law, I don't know if I mentioned this before on the show. I've hit that point of age, and we've been on the air long enough. We launched back October 1st. So that's October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. We're like 8 months into the show, so that's a lot of shows. And I can't remember if I've talked about this. Plus, I'm of the age where I can't remember if I said this yesterday. But my brother-in-law is a perfect example of how brisket crazy they are in Texas, how brisket-centric. Brisket is serious stuff in Texas. You don't disrespect the Lone Star flag, and you got to be careful with your brisket. It's like barbecue in Louisiana. Barbecue sauce in Louisiana. Like, they are serious about brisket in Texas. So here's the story. I'm down in Texas. The brother-in-law lives in Plano. And we're going out for the night. He put some brisket on the grill. And we're going to have that later. And he puts the brisket on like the day before. They slow cook brisket. And I mean slow, like 16 hours or something. I don't know. I'm not a brisket expert, but I do enjoy good, real brisket. And it's slow cooked. It's like beyond all day. It's like 2 days. 16-hour brisket. So he's got this brisket on the grill day before. Slow cooked. And we're going to have brisket that night. But meanwhile, we're going out in the afternoon, going somewhere, I don't know, out to the bars, out to go get a drink. And we're driving in Texas, and he says, uh-oh, his phone dings, ding. And he looks at it, he's like, uh-oh. I thought he got a text, from somebody, a text from the doctor saying it's benign, or a text from his lawyer saying you do have to appear next week. He had that kind of panic. Look, uh-oh. And he looks at his phone, like, what's the matter? He said, I got to turn down the brisket. What? He's had his grill so smart, his grill was plugged in online, giving him updates on the progress of the brisket and the temperature of his grill, which was too high at that moment. He said it's 165. Save room there for the collective shock of everybody in the car. My brisket's 165. I got to turn it down. And he did, from his phone. That's how serious they are about their brisket in Texas. The grill is hooked up to the online. Their grill works in the cloud. It tells him when his brisket is done or whether it's running too high or, that is serious, man. Where was I? I got off track. We have coming up here in a minute, I think. We can't, I'm hesitant to say any guest is coming on with our dismal rate this week of appearances. But I believe we have Teton Youth and Family Services that'll pop on. We had Sarah and Emma, I think it is. We had them on before a few weeks ago. Yeah, Sarah Cavallero and Emma Getzinger. They were on the other day, Teton Youth and Family Services, to talk about Mental Health Awareness Month and to talk about a big fundraiser, a big summit they have, the Youth Mental Health Summit of 2025. Was back a couple of weeks, May 14, 15, 16. And they were on prior to that to sort of preview it. They'll be on a little bit here to review it, tell us how it went, how much money they raised, and what was the general takeaway, etc. So that'll be cool. We'll have those two on in a second, or at least Sarah anyway. I don't know if Emma's going to be on. We'll find out how that went. Other stuff I guess I want to get to. Let's see. How about the Union Pacific Big Boy? People are crazy about trains, man. People love trains. And if you love trains, the bigger the better. Big Boy, they don't come no bigger. Union Pacific's Big Boy has a date with the newly unveiled Lincoln locomotive, the newly unveiled Abraham Lincoln commemorative locomotive. It's number 1616. Will meet up with Cheyenne's Big Boy number 4014, and they will have a little train baby. No, I don't know. They're meeting up. They're hooking up these two big boy trains. When the when 1616 gets together with 4014, the end result can only be the train of all trains. When these two locomotives get it on, play them a little Marvin Gaye. Can I play some? No, I better not. Renee Jean writes the story in the Cowboy State Daily. UP's Big Boy 4014 will not be making any long cross-country trips or excursions out west this summer. Sometimes it'll make a commemorative run and people stay alongside the rail and wave at this big boy train. Not this year, but it will have a date. A quiet train date on the train tracks with the Abraham Lincoln, the number 1616 diesel locomotive, normally painted yellow, but this is a special edition Lincoln train. It has a new color scheme using the colors of Lincoln's era. I didn't know there were colors associated with Lincoln's time. President Lincoln, the nation's 16th president, played a huge part in building the Transcontinental Railroad from 1862 to 1869. To honor President Lincoln, this new Big Boy 1616, in honor of the 16th president, will be painted in a kind of a red theme instead of yellow. Who decided that red was Lincoln's color? That's kind of weird. I'm looking at the photo of both the Big Boy 4014, which is, he's kind of black. Looks cool and big. And the Union Pacific 1616, which is the Lincoln model. And it's mostly red. Maybe Renee Jean can explain why Abraham Lincoln train is red. Let's hear her talk more about this story with Wendy Core.
And Union Pacific's Big Boy 4014 won't make any long cross-country trips or excursions out west this summer, but that doesn't mean that nothing special isn't planned. The world's largest operating steam engine that lives in Cheyenne will be co-starring in an event with recently unveiled cherry red locomotive that honors Abraham Lincoln. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the number 1616 is a diesel locomotive that borrows from the colors of Lincoln's era to highlight the role the nation's 16th president played in building the Transcontinental Railroad from 1862 to 1869.
Abraham Lincoln, of course, was the president who signed the Railroad Act that set in motion the Transcontinental Railroad, which was an epic race between two companies at the time, one starting on the West Coast, one starting on the East Coast. How fast can you build that track to meet in the middle somewhere? They did finally meet at Promontory, Utah in 1869. Big Boy 4014 doesn't have a summer schedule really this year, but it does have a date with this new cherry red locomotive they've painted in honor of number 119, that locomotive that made it to Promontory, Utah. And so that's going to be in Greeley, Colorado in July.
4 exclusive cab rides will be auctioned for rides on Big Boy between Cheyenne and Denver on July 17th, with proceeds going to the Union Pacific Museum Association.
Yes, pretty cool. Pretty nostalgic and historic. Too bad train travel has to be historic and nostalgic. Too bad train travel can't be today, every day. There's maybe some movement underfoot to make trains great again. You hear that every once in a while there's this notion that, yeah, we should be traveling by rail more. Would save on congested roads. It would be an alternative to airline travel, which has gotten more and more ridiculous. United Airlines just announced if you don't check in 45 minutes now prior to your flight, you could lose your seat. Stuff like that. Southwest Airlines just added a baggage fee. All the airlines make you pay more if you want to sit down. Oh, I didn't know I was going to stand the whole flight. You book a flight, that doesn't pick your seat for you. Oh, you wanted a seat? Oh, that's an extra $29. Oh, you want a good seat? That's an extra $59. Airline travel's just gotten out of hand. What these airline companies think they can do to us, treating us like cattle. Anyway, yeah, I want to make trains great again. And maybe Union Pacific, instead of raising money to put stuff in a museum and mothball it, can raise money to be trains again and travel and take passenger trains. Holy criminy, the Japanese got trains that go as fast as airplanes. Why can't we do that? Big Boy's going to make 2 whistle stops in Greeley, Colorado for a double date with number 1616. Maybe this will be the beginning of the resurgence of the train industry when Big Boy 4014 has a double date with the Abraham Lincoln Big Boy 1616. When those two get together, you play them a little Marvin Gaye, you open a bottle of wine, next thing you know, you got baby trains everywhere. And finally, we'll bring rail travel back. Yeah! Am I romanticizing the rail period? Literally. Maybe just a little.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that. Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Wednesday. And into the conversation, Sarah Cavallaro, and Emma Getzinger. It's Teton Youth and Family Services. And you might remember a few weeks back when they previewed the 2025 Youth Mental Health Summit. That's Teton Youth and Family Services presentation. Now they're going to review it. We're going to find out how things went. And visually, yeah, my Zoom room. Okay, well, this is going to work. I'm going to make this work. How are you ladies today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Good Memorial Day weekend.
We had a little soccer tournament in Casper.
I heard about that. Jackson girls and Jackson boys kick butt, of course. Stage, and I was in Casper, by the way, eating at Texas Roadhouse, where all the high school kids go eat, and they stay at the Come On In for the most part. And yeah, the news before we even knew, the buzz was, Jackson domination, of course. And
well, our boys did not dominate. Our boys lost.
What?
I have a 10-year-old, so that's why.
Oh, this was
the younger kids that had to fight for it.
There was also track going on, track and field, big thing in Casper. So that was your weekend, huh? All about Casper.
All about Casper.
So how'd the summit go? I was very excited to hear, especially when you mentioned some of the things that were going to go on, and that included, the thing I remember is just talking about what kind of things screenagers are doing to themselves. That, like, technology helps in a lot of ways, but it doesn't help in a lot of ways. What did these kids tell you, especially from some of these younger people themselves? What did you find out on that front? Like, what is tech? What is screen time? What are your phones doing that's making us not mentally healthy?
You know what, Jake? We are so excited because the kids showed up and they told us a story. The story that we heard over and over again is, Mom, Dad, when you say get off your phone and you're sitting there with your phone, we don't know what to do.
Yeah.
We don't know how to parent ourselves around technology. We need your help, and we want to actually, we want you to ask us to do something with you. Like, we want to connect. It was a pretty amazing message they gave us, and it was like point the fingers right back at ourselves.
That's a boom moment. Wow, to hear that. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Really cool. They said it, they didn't say it in like a normal teenagey angsty way. It was really just like, what do you want? And they were like, we really just want to be with our parents, and we want our parents to tell us what's okay and not okay, and they're not.
Wow. In a way, that's super encouraging. These kids want 6 o'clock dinner with a family back. They want connection, real connection back, and not texting somebody in the next room. That's really encouraging. But how do we get there? That's a big step.
Exactly. I mean, it was one of those things like, duh, that's obvious, but maybe it's the obvious thing we have to do. I actually have a theory that these kids are going to grow up, and when they have kids, they're going to fix this problem because they're going to have experienced the feelings around not knowing what to do with it, and they're going to want to change that for their kids. So I'm hopeful for where we're going with this. It gave me a much more hope than I thought that was there, to be honest.
We're talking to Sarah and Emma, Teton Youth and Family Services. That the kids learning the hard way, something that doesn't go right, and then fixing it with their kids. That reminds me of the alternate generation, skip generation. You see something, then it skips a generation, and then the rebound. Do you find that happens a lot with all kinds of things with kids? They're fixing things when they grew up. They're like, ooh, this is a problem with mom and dad. We're not going to be this way. We're going to do it the other way. And that makes a generation skip.
I mean, we hope part of the work that we do, we're hopefully helping to like heal some of the wounds so that when they have kids and when they have their generation, that doesn't get passed forward. That's really like at the core of what we're doing, is really trying to stop generational trauma, mental health issues, just stop the cycle, because it is cyclical.
How about the actual event? We're going back to, mid-May, May 14, 15, 16 on the beautiful roof of the Cloud Vale. How'd it go? Sister Corrie was making music. And what was the night like? Pretty good? Or did it rain on you? What happened?
The gala was awesome. I mean, we ended up moving it inside because it was very cold that night. And a little sleet. It was kind of sleeting outside. So we just decided to bring it inside. But honestly, it was still super fun. We had a great turnout of people, and it felt like a real celebration of the 3 day or the 2 days leading up to it. In terms of we could really, a lot of attendees from at the gala had not attended the full summit. So we could recap what we learned and carried forward, and really highlight kind of the work that we do here at TYFS. And it was an awesome evening. So
it was kind of a celebration of the end of the work, and the community showed up and gave generously, and it was just like a nice way to celebrate something. We've done a lot of hard work, and it's hard. It's not usually pretty, and part of why we do this summit or do this gala is that the work we do is really hard, and we often don't get to get fancy and feel like proud of what we do. This is an opportunity for us as staff to show the community what we do and feel proud about it. And we call it Shine On because it gives you a hopeful message. And I've committed to wearing sequins every year, so that's part of this, is we all get dolled up in our fancy, shiny clothes as a way to celebrate the work that we're doing.
A chance for Teton Youth and Family Services to get a little bougie, get a little bling on, and raise some money, but also tackle, like you said, some serious subjects. What was discovered, if anything, about two topics that are huge? And that's cyberbullying, which sometimes leads to teen suicide. These are horrible things that it's hard to face, tough subjects to tackle. Did you find anything out there, anything that might be helpful to turning the trend?
I think one thing just from the summit too was kids, and I know teenagers don't even want to be referred to as kids, but they just want us to talk to them about the hard things, and they don't want to always pull the blanket over it. And that was something that was really eye-opening for me over the course of the summit too, is they want to be involved in the hard conversations. They don't want it to be necessarily sugar-coated, like we've maybe historically done. So I thought that was really powerful, and we can just adjust our own behaviors there. And they're growing adults and growing into adults, so they want to be as included on the conversation as we are.
Fantastic. So the takeaway from the summit is get off the devices and talk to me. And that's the kids telling the parents. Oh my goodness.
I know, it was kind of the kids multiple different times were like, guys, remember when we didn't have a phone? I kind of want to go back to that. Like they were saying that I wasn't suggesting it. Nobody was suggesting it. They were like, it was way more fun when I didn't have my phone.
Oh my, parents, seize that moment. If your kids already got one foot in that direction, man, seize on it. Make them surrender the phone at dinner or whatever you got to do, but have real conversations with your kids. Don't gloss over. Be direct. That's the way to tackle issues today. And that's the takeaway from the 2025 Youth Mental Health Summit. Teton Youth and Family Services. Sarah, Emma, thanks for coming on. and getting the next generation whipped into shape. I have high hopes they're gonna fix everything. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. As what else are we gonna do? I don't know. We've solved all the world's problems. We've made train travel great again. The next generation of kids are telling their parents, get off the phone and let's have a convo. Wow. Dr. Agrios was on. He's telling you how to get rid of that self-sabotage thing you got going on. He has a T-Now method you got to learn more about online. That was a really healthy chat we had with Dr. Agrios. I'll tell you what we do when we come back. We're going to discover what is the most misspelled word in Wyoming. I can think of a few candidates I would put up there, words that I always get wrong. Like I need the Microsoft Word to fix this every single time I type it because I still can't get it through my head how you spell this word. The most misspelled words in America and the most misspelled word in Wyoming, which, by the way, was not the most misspelled word in the country. In fact, wasn't even on the top 10 list. In Wyoming, we misspell words our own unique way. Yeah, we'll do that after the break. We'll also talk about a pink diamond ring that once belonged to the daughter of Marie Antoinette. It's up for auction, and if you've got, $5 million handy, it could be yours. That's how much Sotheby's thinks it's going to go for. This diamond ring, by the way, is pink diamond. It's bougie and gigantic. All right, let's pause for the cause. Top of the hour news break. We'll rejoin after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Nearly 2 weeks after a 16-year-old was shot in the head, a 21-year-old Cheyenne man appeared in Casper Circuit Court on Tuesday afternoon, charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and battery in the case. Sebastian Belden was arrested Friday evening in the May 11th Mother's Day shooting that Natrona County Sheriff's Office investigators said involved the mishandling of firearms. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in court for Belden's arraignment.
What that involved, according to the prosecutor, was just dangerously playing with weapons. And he and the victim, a 16-year-old victim, and he shot the 16-year-old in the head. It turns out that he's a member of the Wyoming National Guard, and the prosecutor said, "We can't believe, that he was doing this after having been trained in weapons during basic training, and then is involved in this reckless shooting."
Natrona County Assistant District Attorney Patrick LeBrun said he was unaware that Belden had moved from Casper and characterized him as a threat to the community. He asked the judge to continue the $50,000 cash or surety bond initially set at Belden's arrest. Wyoming's rare earth mining companies are scaling up for what could be the biggest opportunity in decades, with a growing demand for minerals that power everything from smartphones to fighter jets. Melissa Sanderson, a board director at American Rare Earths, told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the expanding need for rare earth minerals is crucial for Wyoming's exploding rare earth industry.
It's no secret to anyone watching the rare earth minerals business that it's full speed ahead. There's been a declaration by the Trump administration that this is a priority. We need to generate domestic sources of rare earth minerals. They're in our everyday lives, from our smartphones to jet fighters and batteries.
The companies developing projects in Wyoming want the state to surpass California, the current home of the only established and active rare earth mine in the U.S. The 41-year-old Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper, now serving 10 to 15 years in prison for raping his then-girlfriend in 2021, does not get a new trial. That's what the Wyoming Supreme Court ruled Friday in the case of Gabriel Lee Testerman, who claims that his case prosecutor and judge let his ex-girlfriend ramble about his character flaws before a jury. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the High Court decided that those claims were not enough to overcome his guilty verdict for first-degree sexual assault.
They were talking, especially the ex-girlfriend, like this is how he was in the relationship. This is how he was with the kids. This is something kind of unsettling that he did. And so in his appeal, Testerman was saying, this is character evidence. You can't just parade a bunch of evidence in front of the jury that I'm a bad guy. You have to stay focused on the crime unless you get pre-approval from the judge. They're just attacking my character. And then ultimately, the High Court said this did not throw your trial.
A jury convicted Testerman on February 1st, 2024 of first-degree sexual assault for forcibly raping his ex-girlfriend 3 years earlier. A Laramie County District Court judge sentenced Testerman last May to 10 to 15 years in prison. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future. Borrow for your dream home. Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Union Pacific's Big Boy 4014 won't make any long cross-country trips or excursions out west this summer, but that doesn't mean nothing special isn't planned. The world's largest operating steam engine, which lives in Cheyenne, will be co-starring in an event with a recently unveiled cherry red locomotive that honors Abraham Lincoln. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the number 1616 is a diesel locomotive that borrows from the colors of Lincoln's era to highlight the role the nation's 16th president played in building the Transcontinental Railroad from 1862 to 1869.
Big Boy 4014 does have a date with this new cherry red locomotive they've painted in honor of number 119, that locomotive that made it to Promontory, Utah. And so that's going to be in Greeley, Colorado in July.
4 exclusive cab rides will be auctioned for rides on Big Boy between Cheyenne and Denver on July 17th, with proceeds going to the Union Pacific Museum Association. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction. A chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here.
My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
So, have you been thinking about words that you just can't spell right? Like you get them wrong every time? You know, a lot of us have autocorrect on our smart devices. And if you're sending a text, an email, communicating in some way, we all love to hate autocorrect when it gets stuff wrong. But without autocorrect, we would all look like even bigger idiots. spelling all these words wrong. Autocorrect fixes it. You're probably not even aware that you get these words wrong all the time because autocorrect fixes your misspellings. Autocorrect also does some weird things when you try to spell a word that's an unconventional kind of word. I can't think of one right now that constantly gets auto-corrected, but I'll tell you this. Go try to text if you live in Meeteetse, Wyoming, go try to text your friend and say, I'm just here in Meeteetse enjoying a beautiful day. Try to text that and see what autocorrect does to the word Meeteetse. You'll never get away with it. Autocorrect is hard at work, working overtime, double time when we type in words like believe. Really? America's most misspelled words, and we'll get to Wyoming's most misspelled word in a minute. Believe is number 4. You know why? Because people can't get the I before E. What's the rule? I before E except after C, and except in words like neighbor and way and nay and whenever that makes the A sound. English has so many rules. Anyone who tries to learn English if English is not your first language and you're just learning it and you're trying to learn how to spell words, it doesn't make sense, especially when words have more than one meaning and one spelling, like through, the word through. I'm through with this. How many of us spell that THREW? A lot of us, apparently. That's wrong. That's the other kind of through, as in I threw the ball. The 5th most misspelled word in America is through, when you're meaning to say we're all through here. We get it wrong a lot. Another word is business. It's not spelled BIZNESS, business. A lot of people do not get that hidden I, the secret I. If you were to say it out loud, it sounds like busyness. Busyness is BUSINESS. Busyness, not business. Favorite came in number 9, the word favorite. Favorite. I don't know why that's often misspelled. Here's one, the number 10th most misspelled word is restaurant. I fall victim to this sometimes because I know somewhere in the word there's an AU, but is it the first A or the second A? Restaurant. The AU appears in the the first A. Rest, as in I'm going to take a rest from this, and then AU. RANT. I sometimes want to put the U in the tail end of the word, restaurant. That would be wrong. 10th most misspelled word out there. Neighbor is number 7. And again, that's the I before E except in neighbor. Oops. Gorgeous is number 6, the word gorgeous. Necessary. Oh, that's mine. That's mine right there. I always get it wrong. Necessary, the 3rd most misspelled word in America. I always wonder, does it have 2 C's, 2 S's, or both? 2. Answer, 1 C, 2 S's. Necessary, C is first. Separate, that's one, because you want to say SEPER, right? Separate. Instead of separate, 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 2nd most misspelled word. And definitely the most misspelled word in America is definitely. I'm surprised of that too. Definitely. Doesn't seem like it'd be that tough. DEFINITELY, not LEY, definitely. Interestingly, the most misspelled word in Wyoming is not even on that national top 10 list. Care to guess what it is? You'll never guess. But it makes sense because this one also is trouble for me if I stop and think about it. Beautiful. The word beautiful. You know, after the B, you know there's 3 straight vowels. You just don't know what order they should be in, right? Beautiful. Let's see. B. There's an A and an E and a U. But what order? Beautiful is BEAUTIFUL. It's those first batch of vowels that you don't know what order they go in. Those are the most misspelled words in America and in Wyoming. Now you know. How about the most rewatched TV show by state? In other words, a TV show that's in reruns and the most popular by state. It's interesting to learn, for me, that the show Friends is the most popular rerun show in only 3 states. And I wish I knew my states better. They only have a map of the U.S., so it requires me to know which state is shaped like what. One of these is Tennessee, right? Oh, gee, now I'm going to have to go get a map of the U.S., or I'm not even going to be able to do this story. Map of U.S. states. How embarrassing. The school system has failed me. Okay, here's a map, complete with the Chinese spelling of each state. All right, whatever, it works. So the most popular TV show, only 3 states have the most popular show being Friends, which was huge, right? Virginia still watches Friends more than any other show. Ohio loves Friends, this show. And Alabama was the only 3 states where the show Friends is the most popular. Here's another one that seems totally believable, of course. In New York State, the most popular TV show is Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Of course, Brooklyn in New York State. Brooklyn Nine-Nine, funny show, Adam Sandberg. It's the only state where it is the most popular TV rerun watched. New York State loves Brooklyn Nine-Nine. How about Seinfeld, a show set in New York? So you would think it would be tremendously popular in the New York area. Not necessarily. In fact, they love Seinfeld down south. The 2 states, there's only 2 that watch Seinfeld more than anything else, are Georgia and Mississippi. I would have never guessed that. There's a whole batch of states in the Midwest where the most popular rerun TV show is Parks and Rec. And it's so weird that it should happen in the Midwest. Parks and Rec. Where does Parks and Rec purports to take place in Oregon? Does it not? I've only watched it like a couple times. Parks and Rec TV show. I think it purports to take place in like Portland, Oregon, or is that Portlandia I'm thinking of? Parks and Rec, political satire mockumentary TV created by Greg Daniels, Michael Schur. It takes place in the fictional town of Pawnee, Indiana. So I mean, it makes sense why it would be popular in the Midwest. Is it the most popular show in Indiana? You would think so. Let me check that. No, it's not. Parks and Rec is most popular in Wisconsin and all those other Midwest states, including South Dakota, Nebraska, not Minnesota, the state below Minnesota. Iowa loves their Parks and Rec. And Illinois, Missouri. Interesting. All the rest of the states, pretty much from Alaska to Hawaii to California, Nevada, Texas, up in the Northeast and Maine and New Hampshire, almost all the states. Care to guess what TV show we haven't mentioned that is the most popular in those states? The Office. Top TV show watched by state in many, 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 many states. The only state where data was incomplete to ascertain the most popular TV show was Wyoming. Not enough data, not enough info. So, yet to be determined what Wyoming loves to watch more than any other show. Probably The Office. I don't know. Maybe something else. Oh, no. The cat's got to come in. We might have to take a commercial. I should just leave the door open. It's nice out today. Kitty cat wants to come in. Cheyenne man charged. Dale Killingbeck has this story, and then we'll take a quick break. Cheyenne man charged with shooting a teen, his friend. This is not the first time. In fact, this is the third time in the state of Wyoming we heard about one friend shooting another by mistake. Now, friends shoot each other by not mistake in Wyoming, yes. And unfortunately, with teens or people under, let's say, 25, we've seen this incident happen now 3 times in the last, year. The duck hunting accident. We saw another group of teens sitting around in the bedroom, all passing around a gun, and then the gun goes off. And now this case happened in Casper on Mother's Day when a 21-year-old was hanging out with a 16-year-old. They had become friends. And the 21-year-old Cheyenne man, who is a member of the Wyoming National Guard, where they teach you how to handle firearms. Duh, it's Wyoming National Guard. So this 21-year-old ought to know better. Sebastian Belden. He was arrested back on Friday evening in the May 11th Mother's Day shooting. The Natrona County Sheriff's Office investigators said it was a case of mishandling of firearms. Well, I think so. The 21-year-old, the 16-year-old hanging out in Casper that night of Mother's Day, pointing guns at each other, and, just having fun with it, as if life was a video game. Just terrible. So there was the initial appearance, and here's what we learned from Dale Killingbeck as he was there in court when the 21-year-old appeared via video because he now lives in Cheyenne. Casper's Circuit Court, which took place with a video interview of the 21-year-old, Sebastian Belden. The judge is Judge Cynthia Sweet, I believe. Yes, Judge Cynthia Sweet. Initial appearance when the Natrona County Assistant District Attorney Patrick LeBrun said this 21-year-old befriended a young person, he said, 16 years old. LeBron went on to say they have this indescribably ridiculous practice of pointing firearms at each other, Your Honor. And it ended up with the 16-year-old getting shot in the head. LeBron said the 21-year-old is also a member of the Wyoming National Guard. He went through boot camp and he was trained on weapons. Belden said, quote, somebody that knew better or should have. Judge Cynthia Sweet, when discussing in the initial appearance whether there was enough evidence there for the charges, decided there was, and things should move forward. When discussing bail, Judge Sweet said she was concerned by the defendant's recent move to Cheyenne. It does cause concern for the court, Judge Sweet said, as the 21-year-old Casper man has recently found a new job. In fact, that's what he said. He said, I have just gotten a job, Your Honor. That's why I'm in Cheyenne. Is he a flight risk? The judge worried he is. He's no longer in Casper. So interesting story. Dale Killingback will stay on that for as long as it takes. As we learn of Sebastian Belden, 21-year-old, who made his initial appearance via video conference and being charged with, what are the charges, by the way? Is this like a manslaughter kind of thing? Let's see, charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault and battery in the case. Well, not manslaughter because the victim was not killed, although pretty seriously injured. Last we heard, I believe the victim is out of state in medical care. 2 counts of aggravated assault and battery in the case after just silliness that has serious implications. These kids today. We'll be right back. Quick break. More on the Cowboy State Daily Show after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment. Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Wednesday, May 28th. David Madison has a story of the Cowboy State Daily concerning rare earth minerals. Companies say the national push towards mining our own rare earths, Rare Earths 101, Rare Earths for Dummies, is stuff we dig up out of the ground that's useful in batteries. That's my understanding of rare earths, kind of. That's it. But there's a lot more to that. I got cat hair all over my face. Rare earths, to me, is stuff China digs up to put in your phone battery that only they have. And that's why we're slaves to China and whatever Apple wants to charge for a cell phone. And that's why they're so expensive. But I guess rare earths are way more than that. There's all kinds of weird rare earths. And we'll kind of learn what they are in a second. Sort of. But rare earths have all kinds of usefulness in today's day and age. Yes, they're used in smartphones. They're used in fighter jets and computers and many, many, many things we need rare earths for. Critical minerals space, including uranium. Critical minerals, rare earths for all kinds of stuff. The latest rare earth we're talking about is what the Halleck Creek holds. The Halleck Creek, described as a 2.63 billion ton resource-rich area in Wyoming that's all kinds of full of allanite. What? According to Mel Sanderson, board director at American Rare Earths, the expanding need for rare earth minerals is crucial for the state's exploding REI industry, rare earth minerals, RE. There's an angle for Wyoming, says Sanderson, as it's the single largest host deposit of many rare earth minerals, including uranium and including allanite. 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 Halleck Creek has got over 2.5 billion tons of this stuff. Really? Allanite is a mineral compound. It has a complex formula that I could show you that involves taking like 6 or 7 of the elemental chart elements and shoving them together with a bunch of plus, minus, and time signs. And by the time you're done, whipso facto, you got allanite, which is known as orthite in Europe. In case you were wondering, it was named in 1810, allanite. Thomas Thompson is the guy who named it in honor of Thomas Allen. Apparently, in the early 1800s, everybody was named Thomas. Thomas Thompson, they had so little creativity in the early 1800s. What are you going to call your new baby, Mrs. Thompson? Thomas. And then the next one would be Thomas, the second, Thomas Jr. And who is he named for? Thomas Allen. Thomas Allen was a Scottish banker and mineralogist who first observed the mineral allanite. So that's how allanite got its name. Thomas Allen, I guess, discovered it. Thomas Thomson made sure it was named for him in 1810. And so what's so great about allanite? Well, apparently it's useful. Rare Element Resources, the company, says it's focusing its mining and processing on this rich deposit. It says is in Halleck Creek. And again, previous to Wyoming digging its own rare earths, and more importantly, as Greg Johnson pointed out earlier in the show, processing its own rare earths. Previous to that, it was China who owned the rare earths industry, man. They were doing everything. They are doing everything. Flooding the market, creating the only resource chain. Now, there's an idea. Kelly Cast, vice president of Rare Element Resources, Kelly Cast said, overall, we're incredibly pleased to see the administration, the Trump administration, and congressionals focus on securing a secure domestic rare earth supply chain. We want to make our own rare earths. Well, we don't make it, but we harvest it, dig it, and then hopefully process it. I mean, all this is kind of over my head science-y, but here's my takeaway I find incredible. And I don't know if you, listener, are a believer. I am, but even if you're not, this might be interesting to you. It's fascinating to me to think that a creator, whoever you want to call that creator, and maybe you're of the opinion that we all got here by some big bang, and then you and I climbed out of some primordial ooze that started with a cell and then evolved to eventually us. Yeah, that sounds like fantasy. I'll choose to believe intelligent design. There was a creator. There was a God who made Earth and everything on it. And this God, all the way back then in Genesis, had already thought to provide man with everything he would need on the planet, including stuff that Adam and Eve could have never dreamt of. Isn't that incredible? God in Genesis creates the Garden of Eden, creates the world, the earth, and flora and fauna. I mean, back in that time, thousands of years ago, no, I don't believe the earth is billions of years old, but whatever. We don't need to get off track. However old you think the earth was when Genesis says it was created, God made everything man would need. He said, there's an antelope. You can hunt that if you can catch it. And you can eat it. There's some lettuce and carrots. You could dig that out of the ground. You can eat it. The earth provided everything man would need to sustain himself, including allanite. What? Allanite, including rare earth minerals to plug into man's high-tech devices so man could have a smartphone, which we learn now, kids say we should put down every once in a while. We don't need to be glued to the cell phone. Anyway, I find it incredible that the earth's dirt that we can dig out of the earth, the same ground, the same soil that contains and provides life for a carrot, also provides allanite, a rare earth mineral we would need thousands of years later after Genesis. Adam and Eve could have never thought, well, thank goodness there's allanite in the ground. That's incredible. Rare earths. Wyoming's got some. Just go to Halleck Creek, sink a shovel in the ground, dig some up. You might not know that you got rare earth in that shovel. Apparently it takes laboratories, you got to do chemical analysis, etc. You won't know how much rare earth you got on that shovel full, but some scientists will, and they're awful excited about it. Wyoming, rare earth mineral producer? Yeah, man. You bet. Hot Spring County says, hey, there could be a season of tourism, even if they don't have Star Plunge. I still think they need, you got to figure this out, guys. Renee Jean has a story in the Cowboy State Daily say visitors, tourism in Hot Springs County, where we keep Thermopolis, and where Thermopolis is home to, of course, these hot spring pools, which is highlighted by the star attraction of hot springs soaking, hot potting, and Thermop. The star attraction is Star Plunge. Gotta have this place open. There's a dispute going on with the state and with the contractor. The state owns the hot spring and owns the land it's on, and they have a concessionaire that operates there. The concessionaire, they feel they're getting screwed. Ronald Loon, I can't say his name right. We should have Ronald on. We should have all these parties, both these parties, we should have them on the show and say, work it out because we need Star Plunge. That place has been closed for months now. No word on where the lawsuit is or whether it's going to reopen. But that is the star attraction in Thermopolis, is that hot springs place to go soak. And it's embroiled in a legal dispute that's been well documented in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. Between Wyoming State Parks, and we did have the Wyoming State Parks dude on the show the other day. We talked to, what was his name? Jordan Brooke Jordan? I think his name was Brooke Jordan. Oh, we should just have him and Roland on in the show and say, you too, right now, work it out. Never mind the lawyers, figure it out. But Ronald, the concessionaire of Star Plunge, has accused the state of trying to cheat him out of the deal. Of course, they have a financial arrangement. Wyoming State Parks has an agreement, or had an agreement, with Star Plunge, the concessionaire, to run the thing. Well, they've gotten sideways with each other. And the end result is tourists have to choose if they're going to go to Thermopolis or not, because Star Plunge is closed. That's terrible. Renee Jean says there's still optimism regarding the summer tourism season in Hot Springs County. There are other things to do, the experts say, but boy, a lot of it depends on this Star Plunge. What else can we do in Hot Springs? Renee explains, along with help from Wendy.
The outlook for tourism in Hot Springs County continues to show mixed signals, leaving some worried about how things will turn out for 2025 with the continued closure of the Star Plunge, which features indoor and outdoor mineral pools and hot tubs at Hot Springs State Park. The attraction is embroiled in a legal dispute between Wyoming State Parks and the facility's owner, who has accused the state in a lawsuit of trying to cheat him. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that visitor counts at Hot Springs State Park are up year over year for January, February, and March, although lodging revenues show a noticeable downturn in overnight stays.
People in town are really thinking about, what else can they do to build tourism in the area besides things that are in the Hot Springs State Park. The park is very important and they rely on it, but that doesn't mean they can't work on building up other aspects of their tourism. And I think the whole situation with Star Plunge has started that kind of train of thought with people. The street dance is back this year. And then, they're planning that expanded Discovery Days with Chase Rice. So lots of people just kind of rallying for the town to save their summer tourism.
Fishing is proving to be a bright spot for Hot Springs County's tourism this year. Another bright spot was a recent mention of Hot Springs State Park by the New York Times in an article listing alternatives to the ever-popular Yellowstone National Park.
Well, that's all well and good. That's good stuff. Fishing in Hot Springs County definitely is good. It's an attraction. It's great. The New York Times mentioned Hot Springs State Park as a place to go, something to do that isn't Yellowstone. That's all good. I like this idea of bringing back the street dance, a longtime tradition, street dance, Memorial Day weekend. They just had it up there in Thermop. That's great to bring that back. They had Ian Munsick's brother play, Triz. Yeah, they had Triz Munsick play. Chase Rice, up-and-coming country music star, is going to play there. So, yeah, there's other stuff in Thermopolis. But the big thing is the dang Star Plunge. They got to figure that out. It's like going to Yellowstone and saying, there's other things to do besides Old Faithful. Yeah, but without Old Faithful, it's the heart of it. Yeah, I think they got to figure that out. Maybe I'll take it upon myself to fix it. Let the lawyers take a break. You lawyers, you suit and ties, sit down. I'm going to have the Hot Springs State Park on, along with the concessionaire, Roland, and we're going to work it out on this show until we get Star Plunge open back up. For the good of the American people. And for the good of tourism in Hot Springs County. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Back to the studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Into a new segment we'll call Rapid Fire. I don't know, maybe it'll be new, maybe it'll be something that sticks. Rapid fire news headlines, and your host will decide whether they're worthy of any more amount of time than just scanning the headlines. How about this story out of The Independent and other places? I've seen this story headline all over the place, actually. New COVID variant spreading from Asia, now surging across the U.S. Should you be afraid of the new NB 1.8.1. I cannot get my panties in a bundle over COVID anymore. We're not, whatever you're putting down, we're not picking up. I got news for you, CDC. And this is just me speaking. I realize some people take the pandemic seriously. I realize some people take COVID seriously. I realize it has affected families. It has killed people. But I'm not getting all worried about it, me personally. And I didn't when it first came on. I understood there was this big scare. Oh, no, we're all going to die if we don't stay 6 feet apart from each other at the bank. We're all going to die if we don't have alternating tables at the restaurant. We're all going to die if we don't just stay home. When it was happening, I didn't buy it. I was chicken little skies falling. I'm like, I don't know about this. I had my reservations from the beginning, and that's not hindsight. When it was happening, I questioned every step of it. I'm like, this doesn't sound right. This killer disease wiping out everybody, where is it? And the overreaction and the vaccine, it all just stunk of something. Anyway, there's a new headline. I've already spent too much time on this story, which is a non-story. Is anybody buying what they're selling anymore? CDC warns a new COVID variant. Yet another. How many has there been? 8, 10, 12, 100 variants? This new resistant variant requires you to get this new vaccine for only $10.99 at your local Walmart. Come on. New COVID variant spreading across Asia, now in the U.S. It's known as the NB.1.8.1, the Omicron variant. Oh, no. Just when I thought the only thing I had to be worried about was the variant LP.8.1, which came along right after the JN.1. COVID's back. Yeah, that's enough about this story. Not worried, not buying it, not picking up what you're putting down. Big deal. We all got to die of something. Here's a story in the LA Times, which apparently they hate to be called the LA Times. They're Los Angeles Times. Kind of like calling Vegas, Vegas. Apparently in Las Vegas, people who live in Las Vegas don't call it Vegas, so I heard. They say, I'm from Las Vegas. They hate when you shorten it to Vegas. Maybe it sounds too gambly. I don't know. So Los Angeles Times definitely does not like to be called the LA Times. What up? Supreme Court, this story in the Los Angeles Times, Supreme Court denies a student's right to wear a T-shirt that says only 2 genders. Can't wear it at school. The Supreme Court has decided that shirt, wearing that shirt, is hate speech. What do you think? Personally, I think we're all getting a little too triggered by every dang thing. If the message of a T-shirt sends you running for your panic room, maybe you got to buck up, cowboy. We got to put on your big boy pants. Back in my day, we wore T-shirts like Metallica. And maybe you weren't a Metallica fan. Maybe you liked Falco and their big song, Rock Me Amadeus. But we weren't offended by it. We didn't insist somebody take that T-shirt off. The whole point of free speech is you have the right to wear that shirt. Not I have the right to tell you to take it off. You got it all backwards. We're offended over each other's T-shirts. Then we got a bigger problem than what the T-shirt says. Supreme Court has just decided that a school district was correct. This is a middle school student who wore a shirt that said only 2 genders. In other words, male and female. And the justices, with 2 dissents, by the way, 2 justices, 2 of the Supremes, dissented, saying he has a right to wear the shirt. But the rest of the justices said the school may enforce the dress code in order to protect its students from, quote, hate speech. Look, I don't even want to get into the whole topic of whether there are just 2 genders. Let's put that aside for a minute. There might be 2 genders. There might be 20 genders. You might be transgender. You might think you're binary, whatever it is these kids have invented today, what they think they are, instead of male, female. Fine. You be you. Okay. There's more than 2 genders. But this is about freedom of speech. This is about your right to wear a stupid T-shirt. What if the shirt was New York Yankees, Yankees shirt, which, by the way, is the greatest team in baseball. What if I wore a Yankees shirt? I'm a middle school kid and I'm wearing my team. That's my team. Go Yankees. Is that hate speech for a Boston Red Sox fan? It might be. If you wear that in Boston, try that in a small town. Yeah, try that in Boston. Is that hate speech? This middle school said that's hate speech and it's bullying. This T-shirt, again, separate the T-shirt message, which is there are only 2 genders. That's what the shirt said. Separate it and just say generically any message. I believe there's only 2 genders. That's what my shirt says. Or I believe the New York Yankees are my team. Or I believe Metallica is my favorite band. Is that hate speech? To put a message on your T-shirt? Supreme Court believes so. They backed this school saying, yeah, you can't wear that. You can't wear something like that. That's flagrant. That's triggering for today's sissies. They can't take anyone's opinion, even if it's something harmless written on a T-shirt. Golly, we are a bunch of ninnies. Elon Musk blew up another rocket. This guy's had more failures than he's had successes lately. Billionaire Elon Musk, his dream of colonizing Mars depends on getting there. And right now, Musk does not have a good track record. His prototype Starship, SpaceX prototype Starship, exploded over the Indian Ocean. I say exploded. That might be hate speech, because what Elon Musk people called it was let me find what they called it, because it's just classic. Here we go. The quote from SpaceX: the Starship experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Rapid, unscheduled disassembly. It blew up. That's a familiar euphemism to avoid saying it was a fiery failure. It blew up. SpaceX, Elon Musk, SpaceX people said they would learn from the setback, called a Rapid unscheduled disassembly. I saw the video. This was an explosion. It blew up and fell into the ocean. At this point, the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, is filled with scrap iron from Elon Musk's failures. There's not even any room in the ocean for the ocean. If we have rising ocean levels, it's not due to global warming and the fact that glaciers are melting in the ocean. It's due to the fact that there's too much junk in it from the U.S. Navy's Hornets that keep falling off the Truman to Elon Musk's starships. They keep exploding and falling back into. This one fell into the Indian Ocean. Okay. If you go search the bottom of the Indian Ocean, there's all kinds of rocket scrap heap. Looks like a rocket eBay. Elon Musk is a long way from getting to Mars. He can't even get into space. He can't leave the atmosphere yet. I wouldn't buy my ticket for Mars from Elon Musk just yet. Let's prove he can get a rocket past the highest cloud. SpaceX prototype Starship exploded over the Indian Ocean on Tuesday, capping another bumpy test flight for the rocket central to billionaire Elon Musk's dream of colonizing Mars. Yeah, colonizing Mars begins with the first baby step of getting to Mars, Elon. And right now, you ain't proven you can even make it to the moon. And every country's done that by now. This was supposed to be my rapid headline section. I only got through 2 because I got all mad about COVID. And I got all excited about Elon Musk failures. So we already played that one. How about, okay, this one. No, that's not my play out. Where's my usual? Well, that's definitely not my play out. Yeah, this one. When you hear this means we're wrapping things up. That's going to do it for a Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. So glad you can make us part of your morning routine. Thanks for being here. And we'll see you again tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.